So we saw that there is a shadow root, but we haven't passed any content, so we haven't seen most of the other things in that slide. So if I uncomment this out, I'm passing content to the component, and now I'm passing shots to the title slot. I'm passing yay to the content slot, and a happy little John, because we have shots now, to the image slot. But I'm passing the shots string at the bottom. It doesn't use the slot attribute and a name of a slot, so this content will go on my default slot, which means that it'll go at the top. It doesn't matter where I pass it, it matters where the slot that it's going into is. So all of this content will end up in the default slot at the top. So I should see shots, my heading, and then happy little John. I have to hard reload because we're using an HTML file. And here we are. We have happy little John. If we look at our component now, we can see the content that I'm passing to the slots, and next to them there's a slot button. If I press the slot button, then I go directly to the slot that it's going into, and there's a reveal button in there, which will take me back to my slot. So now, if we look at my things we should have talked about slide, shadow root we talked about. We saw the slot and the reveal button. We saw that the slot and template tags are mounted, but the template tag is not displayed, and it has a document fragment inside it. But we need to talk about the shadow DOM and CSS, because some of you may have noticed that happy little John is a little bit bigger than sad little John. And that's because he's getting this 500 width decoration from my style sheet. So the content that I'm passing to my slot outside of the template tag has access to my style sheet. It's being affected by the CSS in my style sheet. Whereas the content inside my template tag only has access to the styling that I have inside the template tag. So if I comment this back out, whoop, and then I import my style sheet, what do we think? Is sad little John going to be big or small? Now that I'm importing my style sheet, big or small? Raise your hand if you think big. OK, raise your hand if you think small. OK, so we go and we reload. He's still small. And that's because we have a 300 width decoration down here, and it's more specific than my import statement for my style sheet. So if I comment this out, then we should have big, sad little John. Thank God. OK. So now, we need to talk about React briefly. And I mean briefly, because React does not use slots. React says, you want to pass some children as JSX or HTML to a component? All right, you pass the children prop. You tell that component where to put those children, and you don't touch the children. Don't touch them. There are the docs to back that up. Vue and Angular do use slots. They extend the web component spec. They don't mount the slot and template tags inside your DOM. They take those out. So let's talk about how Vue uses slots. We're going to start with default slots. Please give me a second to rearrange my windows. Got to close this one. I got to go to this one. Got to put that over here. OK. Now, we're looking at Vue. Vue, I have a slots default component. Inside this slots default component is a default slot. Inside the default slot is a confused little John. He'll be in between the window and the wall. So if we look at that, and we reload, perhaps, yes, he's confused. Why? There are no people in this club. Let's put people in the club for him. So all we need to do is go to our component call, and just like web components, pass some content as a child, and that will get slotted into our default slot. So now we should have people in the club. OK. Next, just like web components, we're going to use some named slots and default and named slots together. So let's look at my named slot component, or slots named component first. Now I've got a slot named window and a slot named wall. And inside those are default content that's just text, the window and the wall. And we still have the same default slot with confused little John. Now he's extra confused. There's not even a club. We've got to get him a club. So, whoop, we go back here. Comment this back out. Now, to access a named slot in Vue, I'm going to use a template tag, and then the naming syntax, which is an octothorpe or hash sign, and then the name of the slot. And then as a child of that, I pass the content that I want to go into the slot. So now we should at least have confused little John in a club. We're closer to what we want. Let's give him some people in that club so he doesn't have to be confused anymore. So, same example as web components. I am passing a piece of content for my default slot at the bottom. But we know that the people belong inside the club. So no matter what, no matter where the people are, they will end up inside the club in between the window and the wall. And they do. Now, when you're using default slots and name slots together, you can use the naming syntax for the default slot. Its name, and this may be a shock, is default. So, again, exact same example. The people are being passed at the bottom to the default slot, but the default slot is in between the window and the wall, so the people are in the club. Now, Vue said, we can also do this conditionally. So right now, I have a slots conditional component, and I'm using the naming syntax to access the slot named club, and then I have this v-if directive on this component. So this directive says, whatever you pass to me, I'm going to look at it, and if it evaluates to true, I'm going to mount this element and all of its children on the page. If it evaluates to false, I'm not going to do that. So right now, I have it hard-coded to false, which means there is no content being passed to the slot named club. If I look at my component, I have that same v-if directive on the container, not the slot itself. That's what you should do. And it is using the slots attribute on the component to say, hey, is anything being passed to club? So basically, this is saying if something is being passed to club, which we know is people, so if there are people in the club, mount the club. If there are no people in the club, I don't even want the club. Don't mount it. Don't do anything with it. So we should have a blank page. But if we go back and we hard code to true instead, not true 3, true, then we have people in the club. Everything's fine again. And Vue said, OK, that's great. We've done all the things that you can do with web components normally. But what if, when you were passing something to a slot in the parent component, you could access information that had been passed to that slot? We're going to call it scope slots. So if we go back, we have my slot scoped component. And I'm using the vslot directive on that component call to access slot props. What are slot props? Props that have been passed to my slots. So in my component, I have logic that's setting up a shot count, a message that will change based on the shot count, and a function that increments up my shot count. Within my component, I have a default slot that has access to the property number and the property message. Number is going to be my shot count, and message is going to be the message. And then there will be a button that's hooked up to that function, so when I click it, my shot count will increment up. So if I just mounted this component on the page, the only thing that would show up would be the button. But I am saying, hey, that information that's passed to that default slot, I want to display that too. So in the parent component, I'm deciding to use that information and how to display it. So we should have 3 lines of text and then a button that increments your shots up. And after 5, put your hands in the air, you're cut off. It's too many. We're done. But when you use scope slots, you have to use the naming syntax with your default slot if you're using default and name slots together. So I'm going to comment out my default slot and instead use a default slot wrapped in a heading and a slot named display. My default slot is getting number, and my display slot is getting message. So I have to say, I'm using the default slot, and then I want to access slot props. So the syntax is a little bit different. We're using the naming syntax. We're not using the vslot directive on the component, but we're still getting the same information. I should have 2 lines of text instead of 3, and thanks to Vite hot reloading, it saved my context, so it works the same as it did before. Now I'm not going to show you that example again, because this is exactly the same. If you're like me and you're like, I don't want to access slot props and then dot property every single time, don't worry, JavaScript destructuring is here for you. You can just go ahead and say, hey, I just want the properties. I don't need to use slot props dot every single time. It works exactly the same. The example would look exactly the same. So if we put all of this together, we can do something that eliminates a thing we have to do in React all the time. All the time. When you get an array and you have to display it on the page, you have to write a map that creates your JSX, right? Well, with everything that we just went over, we can make a dynamic list component. The only job of this component is to take an array of some kind and then mount an unordered list element on the page, and then on a list element, I have this v-for directive. And that means it's going to iterate through every single item in the array and mount a list element for it. It's grabbing the ID from within that object in the array, and then to my slot named item, I'm passing that item. And I can access that in my parent component. So in my parent component, I've got a list of shots that the bar might have in the club. And I'm deciding how I want that displayed. So I've decided what the array is, how I want it displayed, and using the naming syntax, I access that item, and then grab the properties to display however I want. So we should see a beautiful list of shots. Great. Now, you can also kind of do the opposite, renderless components, which I've heard referred to as higher order components and smart DOM architecture. They don't render elements, they only render logic. So you could put whatever you want in that slot and have access to that logic using slot props. There's a guide on how to do it, because now we have to talk about Angular. Because, like many things in Angular, they said yes and many times. Angular uses content projection. This is the same thing as a slot, but they use the ng content slot. Let's look at how that works. I'm going to rearrange my windows for a second, so that we don't have to keep running around. Beautiful. All right. In my Angular app, I have a default content projection component, and I'm not going to make you run through the same example again. We're already passing people to the club. Inside, we have a default ng content slot and then a confused little John. So in between the window and the wall, we should get people and not confuse little John. We do. Great. Just like web components in Vue, you can use name slots. But Angular said, one way to name a slot, no way. Let's have as many as possible. So the first way that I have named a slot is by creating little components for it, which means that in my parent component, I can use a tag as a way to access the slot. So I just wrap the content that I want to go in the window slot in a tag called the window, and we should see the exact same thing. In the example we've seen many times before, the people are currently outside of the club, but don't worry, they will end up inside the club. But wait, there's more. So if you would like to use a string to access your slot, you can use the ng project as attribute. So inside my component, I have the select attribute, and I've passed the string the window. So when I use the ng project as attribute in my parent component, I should slot the window directly into the window slot. We should see people in the club. Beautiful. But now, I'm going to break everything. Because you can pass a string to the select attribute, but you can also pass literally any CSS selector. So right now, I'm using a class attribute to access my slot, but I haven't updated my component, so it's going to break. There's going to be chaos if I hard reload. Oh, it wasn't live this whole time. I've been lying to you. Oh, can't type. It's fine. There we go. We're going to build. And now we're going to see the chaos. OK, so we got text the window. The club's up here. The people are outside of the club. We got the text the wall. Nothing's being selected. Everything is wrong. Let's go back to our component and put a period in front of our strings. So now this is a class selector. The class will select the slot. And if we hard reload, we get people in the club. There's no more text. Chaos is no longer reigning. The other thing we can do is literally any CSS selector. I keep saying that, but I really need you to know that any CSS selector will work. So in here, I have a div with some text in it, which is, don't do that. It has a title attribute, and the value of the title attribute is select me. And in my component, I have my select attribute has, if the attribute title has the value select me, I'll be selected. Same example that we were doing with the people. It's at the top. My slot is at the bottom, so I should have select me all the way at the bottom, but I forgot to take this off of my select. So chaos was reigning again. OK, there we go. So now my select me text is at the bottom with the people and the bottom where it should be. If I didn't have that slot and with this selector, and it didn't match that selector, or here, let's change it to just me, then select me should end up in the default slot with the people inside the club, which is not where we want that. Get them out of the club. So we can also do conditional content projection, but Angular said, slots, no. We're going to use the template tag for that. We're going to call it ng-template. So this one is going to be a journey we're going on together. So I have a conditional content projection component. I'm passing a string to it in the parent component, and that string is the source for my image, where we're going to get the people for the club. Inside my conditional content projection component, I have an ng-template tag, and it has the ID Lil Jon. And then I have an ng-container tag, and it has the ng-template outlet with the ID Lil Jon. So I'm creating a place for my document fragment template tag to go, and then I'm putting that template tag in there. So we should see, in between the window and the wall, confuse Lil Jon. If we want people instead of confuse Lil Jon, I'm going to use this container that has a bound attribute, ng-template outlet, and it's bound to the ID people in the club. I have my ID people in the club on my template tag. And then I'm using the bound attribute this time because I'm passing context. I need to pass that string of where I'm going to get those people. So I'm passing it as context to my container, which passes it as a prop, essentially, to my template. And then I pass it down to the content to say, hey, when we load this image, this is where we're getting the people from. So we should see people in the club. Now, I created a component that does basically everything I just went over. And on ng-init, which is after I get all my props and stuff, it says, hey, if the show people prop is true, then we should show the people. And if the show people prop is false, then we should show confuse Lil Jon because there are no people in the club. This create embedded view from Vue container does the same thing as having that container tag in my other component. So right now, we have it hard-coded to false, so there should be confuse Lil Jon. If we go ahead and hard code it to true, it is now people in the club. So that is the way to do conditional content projection with Angular. But wait, there's more. There's encapsulated CSS. And by encapsulated CSS, I mean literally the shadow DOM. You can just put the shadow DOM in your components in Angular. So I have a view encapsulation mode component, and using the encapsulation property, I'm saying, hey, give me the shadow DOM encapsulation. That's what I want. So I've got Lil Jon's graduation photo, and it should end up inside a shadow root, just like we saw with web components at the beginning of the talk. So if I go ahead and reload that, we got baby Lil Jon, Lil Jon, if you will. And he's inside a shadow root just like we expected. So we have covered Vue, Angular, and web components. Start thinking with slots. Make dynamic components that you can pass anything to instead of having to decide exactly what you're doing when you build the component. There are a bunch of links here, including the blog that this is all based off of, fewer Lil Jon jokes in that, and then the repos that I used for everything, so you have all of the examples and can play around with whatever you want. And there are ways to contact me or connect with me if you would like. You can find these slides on the Commit Your Code website, so you can get all of that information. And it looks like I have about 3 minutes before I have to go out in the call, so I'll take questions. I'll also take questions out in the hall. I'll give out stickers in the hall if you want them. But thank you for coming with me to the club. Okay. Oh no.
ready? Deshay, you good? All right, nerds, everybody sit down. I only got 25 minutes, and I got to make this quick. Are we ready to rock and roll? Cool, thank you. Huge shout out to Commit Your Code for bringing me back. This is an amazing event. We had an amazing event last year. I don't want to get too much into that, so if you see anybody here that is working, volunteering, make sure you give them a dap, give them a hug if they want you to give them a hug, whatever the case may be. Huge shout out to the developer community. Developer community is my lifeblood. I love the developer community. So if you're on Twitter or Blue Sky, LinkedIn, and you're tweeting about this event, make sure that you're tagging the event, but also throw this hashtag on there too. Hashtag developer community. This is the official hashtag for the event, CYC 2025. So make sure you're tagging the event too. We like to see the engagement, we like to see what people are doing, what people are saying. There's also show notes that are available for this talk afterwards, and then the video will be up once I get it edited. So you can scan this if you want to. It's got resources for everything that's in this talk. It has the slides, so you're good to go. And this will be on the, we can get this scanned later too if you want to. So my name's Chris. You can catch me on Twitter at @SaltandBurnham. If you are a Supernatural fan, you'll understand that reference. I'm also on Blue Sky, christomars.net. I work at a company called TuxCare. If you've seen our booth, it's all the way down at the backside there. We got some awesome stuff over there. Some pretty cool swag. We do end-of-life solutions for open source. So whether you're running old Linux systems, languages, .NET, AngularJS, with your front-end ecosystem, we provide solutions to help with that for your end-of-life support for security vulnerabilities. I am also really big into Bigfoot, ghosts, and UFOs. So if you're into any of that stuff, definitely we can have a side conversation, but that would be awesome. And who's seen me give a talk before? All right, so y'all know what you're in for. Cool. Some of you don't, which is perfect because you're newbies. This is the talk, Know Your JS, SBOMs for front-end devs, or the other talk, the men in black know what's in your JavaScript and how to fix it. Now, this is a trigger warning. If you're not into aliens and UFOs and UAPs, well, there's 2 exits. You can leave. It won't bother me at all.
What's a UAP?
Unidentified aerial phenomena. We don't call them UFOs anymore, but. So, question, what is this? And I don't need an answer. What does this have to do with this? And you might be thinking to yourself, I don't really know. UFOs, code, sort of has to do something like this. And if you understand this reference, then you'll understand why this happened. It's unexplainable. It's unexplainable. But I can assure you that the truth is out there, okay? So how many dependencies does your average JavaScript app have? Do you really know? Is there a way to know? There is a way to know. You can run npm ls, right? And when you run npm ls, that'll give you a list of your direct dependencies that are in your dependency tree, that are in your packet, that are in your node modules. That's a small list, not too big, right? Now, why wouldn't you list all of them? Well, that's another great question. That behavior will flood your terminal, especially if you have a lot of stuff that you're working with. But you can do it if you really want to, so you can see what all is installed. And there's a command for that. It's npm ls-all. This is running that command in the same project. Can everybody see this okay? Sweet. And you scroll up, and you keep scrolling, and you keep scrolling, because now you have direct dependencies, and you have your transitive dependencies. So there could be a lot of stuff in your application that you're building. It doesn't matter whether it's Vue, React, Angular, right? A package JSON or a package lock or a yarn. It's all the same, right? Node modules is node modules. We all love node modules, right? But when we talk about these things, see, it just keeps going and going. It tells you all the deduped and this, that, and the other thing, and there's a lot there. But when we talk about these dependencies, we're talking about direct and transitive. I mentioned that prior, direct and transitive dependencies. So what a direct dependency is let's say you install next, right? That's the dependency is next. You know that's direct, that's what you're going to get, right? But then you also have transitive dependencies, and those are the ones we always don't keep our eyes on, right? And you could sort of think of transitive dependencies like this. Does anybody know what this is? That's a face hugger. And so if you know the movies, the Alien movies, you'll understand how this kind of relates to a transitive dependency. The env package is a transitive dependency of next. The only way you're going to be able to see that is if you go into your node modules and you click into your next project or your next module, and you look at that package JSON file. Then you'll see the dependencies that came along with that. Now we know node modules just keeps going and going and going and going. So think about all of the packages that you don't see, because how many are searching through node modules on a daily? None of us. I don't give a shit what's in the node modules folder. I know if I have to, I'll rf node modules and blow it away and do an npmi again, but I don't care what's in there because someone way smarter than me is building that stuff. So how do I know? I don't know what I'm looking at. Variable names that are one letter, and I don't have time for it, right? But it's a good practice to be running security checks and stuff like that, so that's what we're going to get into. So let's take this for example. Let's say you want to install a UFO tracker, and it's an awesome project, but you can also build on top of the project. So what do? You run npm install UFO tracker, thinking, man, this is going to be a badass package. I know what's going to happen. The data that's already there, they give you some starter data. It all came from these resources, Project Blue Book, the Roswell files, all of this cool stuff. The Hynek report, if you know who J. Allen Hynek is, all of that came from there. But then some weird stuff starts to happen. And then you go and you look in your node modules at this package, and then you see this package that's in there, MIB 1.3.4. Now the MIB is real, it's not just a movie. The Men in Black are real. So now you have this installed, and now they show up at your door. Now you're in some trouble, because they want to know what you're doing. Why are you installing this project? What UFO information do you have? Were you abducted? Did you have a sighting? Right? You got to be very, very careful. And the reason I bring that up is because there's a couple attacks that just recently happened, but this was one that happened too. React Native ARIA packages backdoored in a supply chain attack from GlueStack. Someone maliciously put some code in to an npm package and really got GlueStack messed up. And GlueStack is like it's like a UI library framework, kind of like Shad and Tailwind. So it was maintained by GlueStack. The compromised packages included React Native ARIA Focus, which ARIA Focus is an accessibility component, utils, overlays, interactions, toggle, switch, checkbox, radio, button, menu, list box, tabs, combo box, disclosure, slider, and separator, as well as GlueStack UI utils. Well, all of this is important, and it all goes back to an SBOM. Has anybody heard of the term SBOM? Cool. No? That's awesome that you didn't, because you're going to learn about what an SBOM is. So an SBOM, oh, what the hell? There we go. An SBOM is a software bill of materials. So the way you can look at an SBOM is like a recipe for food, right? Or a packing slip or a flight manifest, right? It tells you everything that is in your application as far as your packages go. And it's not just in the JavaScript world. You can generate SBOMs in Java and .NET and everything. Anything that has packages that are installed, you can generate an SBOM to see what's in that. And they're machine readable, they're not human readable, and we'll get into that. But they're good for your team, they're good for your architecture team, your security team, your project managers, so you can see what's in there and make sure that you're staying secured up to date with all the new latest patches and releases. This was a great definition from Tahir. This is on Medium. An SBOM, or software bill of materials, is a detailed machine-readable list of all components within a piece of software, including dependencies, metadata, and relationships between components. But it's not just that either. It's people, right? It's the people that are building this software, people that are working on these projects. Everything has a tie-in in this piece of the pie we call software. So, why do we need it? Why do we need SBOMs? Why do we need to care about security? I lump security into the UX umbrella. If anybody's ever seen me give an accessibility talk, I kind of built a career around web accessibility and traveling around the world talking about web accessibility. And accessibility, security, and performance are always the last three things that matter at the end of the day, right? They're always put on the back burner until shit breaks, or you have a lawsuit on your hands, or someone can't use your website, or someone hacks your stuff, or somebody maliciously inserts something in an NPM package, you download it not knowing, and now you're in trouble, right? We need it for transparency. We need to know what is going on in our software. We need to know what vulnerabilities are out there. How can we patch those vulnerabilities? Are we sitting on a package that is misspelled improperly? And we'll get into that. And then disclosure, right? We want to know. This goes back to the UFOs and the UAPs. We need disclosure with that, just like we need disclosure with what's going on in our software. So I love this GIF right here. Does anybody remember this? Non-human biologics. This is kind of the disclosure that I'm talking about, the disclosure that we need. But it's really critical for two main things, right? It's critical for security. I will keep repeating it because security always takes the back burner, like I said, with accessibility and performance and compliance. There's so many different compliance standards out there now. Being secure also helps you be compliant. Because if you're pushing out software that isn't compliant, well, then you're going to have an even bigger problem on your hands. So you want to make sure that you're taking care of that and nipping it in the bud as quickly as possible. So when we talk about SBOMs, we got 6 types. You can Google the 6 types. I'm not going to describe every single one of them, but there's 6 of them. There's a design SBOM, there's a source SBOM, a build SBOM, an analyzed, a deployed, and a runtime SBOM. Now, if you want to Google what all these are, there's definitions anywhere you go for cybersecurity companies that tell you what these different SBOMs are and where they are in your project. One thing to keep in mind is an SBOM is not a lock file or a package file. It's not a yarn.lock, it's not a package lock, it's not a package JSON. It uses all of those components to generate the SBOM, but it's not an SBOM itself. So that's just one thing to keep in mind. On the front end, and this might be across the board, but on the front end we have a big problem. And I've been a victim of it, knock on wood. I haven't ran into any issues, but I'm sure all of us have done this at some point. Typo squatting. Typo squatting is a thing. Is anybody familiar with the term typo squatting? Cool. So one of these things is not like the other, right? I want to install Express. I know I need it for if I'm going to do something with APIs, I'm going to install Express. npm iExpress. I'm not copying and pasting. I just know. Muscle memory, npm iExpress. But you know what? I didn't install that one up there. I installed this one down here, unfortunately. I'm not paying attention. I'm not going into my node modules, right? There are malicious people out there that create these. I can't have a talk without having a hacker talk. Like, I got into this world of software and web because of this movie. I'm aging myself, but I'm old in web years. But I think give you 10 for every year you write code. Or it ages you 10 back, so. But there's malicious people out there, they like to take advantage. And they create these packages that are misspelled, maybe have an extra letter, maybe don't have a letter. You install it not knowing. A junior developer, maybe mid-level, someone that's not familiar with the ecosystem, installs it thinking, hey, this is what I need, and you run into issues. To care or not to care? You absolutely 100% should care about these things. And I know it might seem like, oh, now it's just another thing for me to worry about. Now it's just another thing for me to do. Now it's another thing for me to be cognizant of, right? But you definitely should be concerned about these things because I think the other day, what was it? The NPM something in the NPM registry, but it was like a huge attack, vulnerability attack. Yeah. So yeah, it was big. There's a lot of stuff. So you got to care. And another reason is there's increased requirements for SBOMs. So what do I mean by that? Client trust building. Like if you're building software for someone to consume, you want to be able to give them an SBOM of the stuff you just built. And then they can take that and do what they want with it. They can generate their own SBOM. But being able to have that visibility into the system and the transparency into the software is key, right? Policy recs requirements. Like some companies might have policy requirements where they need an SBOM. Process for older solutions. Old solutions from back in the day, there's probably not an SBOM for them, right? storage system, not in the sense of like a file system, right? But having a bunch of different SBOMs for all the different types of software, right? It's like a storage system. And then accessibility to the SBOMs. Not accessibility in the terms of like web accessibility, but a client wanting access to the SBOM and requesting it when they need it. So let's generate some SBOMs. We're going to go to the terminal. For this demo that I'm showing, and I'm not live coding, which is good because that'll fail on me, we're going to use Sift. The recommended way to install it is with curl. You can also install it with brew. This is one of the tools to generate an SBOM. Didn't forget about Windows. Chocolatey also. You can use Chocolatey to install Sift if you want to. There's also a Microsoft SBOM tool as well. So if you are really wrapped up in the Microsoft ecosystem, Microsoft makes an SBOM tool to generate those. There's two popular formats. In this one, we're going to be doing SPDX, but there's SPDX and there's CycloneDX. So let's generate some SBOMs. So I'm going to run this command here. It's sift -o, and then just give it some parameters. You give it a source name in my JS project. If you don't give it those two, it'll kind of yell at you. But that's what the SBOM looks like. Really, really hard to read, right? But there's another tool out there called JQ. In JQ, you can run that SBOM through JQ, and you can pretty print your SBOM. That way you can read it, right? So it's human readable at that point. So that's your SBOM for this project entirely. And it's got all types of stuff in there, stuff I don't even understand. Metadata, source info, versioning, all of that, right? The cool thing about this too is anytime you install a package, you should regen a new SBOM. And you can set all this stuff up with GitHub workflows, and too, like if you push to main or you push to a dev branch, it'll generate a new SBOM and you can have that artifact for you. So we're going to install this Lucide Angular package. It's like for, I think it's like for icons and stuff like that. You look, you can search for it in your package JSON, and we know it's there. Okay, sweet. It was installed. Let's clear out the terminal, and then we're going to run another SBOM. And I deleted the current one. It's going to run through all of the things, because that's what it does. We're going to pretty print it. And we're going to open it up, and then we're going to search for that package. And there it is. So and we know it's the same because the version 0.544 was the same version that was in our package JSON file. So you can also do security with security, right? SBOM security, and there's two tools that I know of where you can do this. Gripe is one of them. Gripe and Sift are made by the same company. Sneak is a really great tool. If anybody's familiar with Sneak, definitely check them out. I got a handful of friends over there doing really, really great stuff with security and vulnerability scanning, stuff like that. But you can check for vulnerabilities from your SBOM directly in your terminal if you run this command. So it's sift scan dir. It's going to go through. It's using Gripe, and it's going to go through, generate the SBOM, and then it'll run a security vulnerability, and it'll tell you the different vulnerabilities that are still there. So that way you know, oh, hey, these got to get patched. So it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool tool to use. You can do all this in the GitHub workflow as well. You just set up your GitHub, your actions, scan project directory with Gripe. You generate your SBOM first. Once the SBOM is generated, then you scan the SBOM with Gripe, and then you can just set that with GitHub workflow however you want. So, to recap, man, I'm glad this went as quickly as it did, because we're almost at time. To recap, the stuff matters, right? And if you heard me give my accessibility talks, I say the same thing. Accessibility matters. Performance matters. Security matters. Component visibility, transparency, and disclosure. You want to know what's inside your components. Vulnerability management. Like you just saw with Gripe, you saw that there's CVEs that were in that project, right? CVE, it's a common vulnerability. It helps with managing those vulnerabilities and getting your systems patched. Supply chain security. All of this revolves around the supply chain, right? The code and the UFO That's all supply chain. In Independence Day, what did they do to get out of there? They injected a virus. The aliens didn't know it, right? It's the same thing. It affected their supply chain. So the mothership, all the children's ships, they all crashed. We don't want that to happen. Collaboration. You can collaborate with companies, you can collaborate with your team, figuring these things out to make sure that you're securing your systems. And then compliance. It's a big one, making sure that you're compliant, right? You want to make sure that you're doing all of the things necessary depending on your healthcare and medical and all that stuff, right? You want to make sure that you're compliant. Finance. Here's another thing for show notes if you want to snag that real quick. Like I said, once the video is edited, I'll get it up there. You can also fill out, there's a prize you can win too. So when you go to show notes, fill that out and you can win a pretty sweet keyboard. And you can choose what you want to do. You want to get notified when the video drops, stuff like that. There's also feedback on the Commit Your Code website. So hopefully everybody gives me great feedback for this talk. I hope you all enjoyed it. And I'll close it out with this one. I'm not saying it was the aliens, but it was the aliens. Thank you so much. And I'll be around. I'll be at the TuxCare booth. I'll be kicking it and whatever.
Her head just went, he caught me. Say again? I could. Do I need to do anything as far as live stream on my end, or it's all down there? Okay, cool. Are we good to go? Oh, so no more music? We'll do a little walk-in music. I'm cutting off like 25 after, right? This is me? Perfect. You can get a good picture before I look weird. The team is on it, man. The team is on it. You gotta love these guys. All right, we're gonna call that a quorum. Bye-bye club music, sorry. Tab, view. All done. Actually, I code to this YouTube channel that does like a lot of movie soundtracks, but they take the words out. If I knew the name of it, I would tell you, but it exists. All right, there we go. Something like that. Are we good? All right, good afternoon. Ooh, y'all can do better than that. Good afternoon. I am so glad you made it. Hi, I'm Lawrence Lockhart, Senior Developer Advocate with Be Free, and I'm glad that you're here. I'm super glad that you're here because when I looked at the agenda, I realized that at the exact same time that I'm speaking, a little guy by the name of Josh Long is also speaking. He's only like a Java expert and a Spring champion and a Vaadin champion and one of the best presenters in the entire world. And I looked at the agenda, I'm like, Danny, are we beefing? Like, why you put me against Josh? Me and Danny go way back, like 7 years plus. But as I scrolled the rest of the agenda, I realized there's such a high quality of speakers this week. In 2 days, overlap is just, God bless, God bless. Overlap is just gonna happen, so me and Danny are not beefing, we're cool, love that guy. So let's bring it home to me and you because I've come to Dallas, I flew to Dallas, Texas with an audacious claim. And I'm here to claim that you don't know JSON. You may think, okay, Lawrence, that's kind of clickbaity, and you're right, I will put some clickbaity stuff in my title, it made you come. But I think there's an element of truth here. I think that while you probably do know JSON, maybe there's just a tool or two we can add to your toolbox to make you an even better developer. Is that okay? Awesome. Now, I love call and response, so feel free to make noise, clap, holler, cry, whatever. No Q&A, unfortunately, because of these guys. Blame them. But you can make responses back to me. I know that you're still with me. Let's get into it. First things first, show of hands. Raise them in the air like you just don't care. Who's a web developer here? Look around at your fellow web developers. All right, cool. So you know how you learn web development, right? It's a pretty standard format. You learn HTML, hypertext markup language. You learn CSS, cascading style sheets. You learn JavaScript. And somewhere in the JavaScript lesson, you learn something about JSON, J-S-O-N, JavaScript Object Notation. An interesting file format with key value pairs for storing data. You learn the different types that you can use on the value side, and you get really fancy. You start to embed one object in another object, and it's going really cool. And by the way, it's pronounced JSON, not Jason. So tell Taylor Desson, who is my good friend, I love Taylor, but it's not Jason, it's JSON. That's what happens when HR people make tech jokes. But you learn about JSON when you're learning web development. And eventually, especially if you went to a boot camp, here's my boot camp people, real quick. Free Code Camp, 100 devs, any of them, awesome. You love the part when they taught you about APIs. Oh, that's a web developer's dream because you go from making these boring little static websites to actually having a free flow of data potentially. Because in many cases, the API, the application programming interface, makes available to you data, right? You hit an endpoint, hopefully you curl it or use some REST methods, and you hit that endpoint, and it returns a payload of JSON. And as a brand new person who doesn't know anything about the web or websites, who just makes ugly static websites, having JSON data at your hands is just a powerful tool because you parse through that and you put it on the front end, and all of a sudden you have every sports app, movie app, weather app you could ever imagine, just because of APIs. We love them. I had one boot camp student from Arkansas who made a botany app to identify trees because he just loved trees like that. What was the power behind it? APIs. And so what we're going to do is say, you're here now, but by the end of this talk, hopefully we can take you from that and give you a few more tools and make you into a Java, excuse me, not Java, that's my old life. Make you into a JSON superhero. I was going to say JSON Superman, but I left out the Superwoman and he doesn't look like me at all. So, superhero. We're going to all leave here JSON superheroes. Let's get into it. First superpower I want to give you is the idea of JSON as a contract. Now, if you don't do web, if you don't do programming at all, if you're non-technical, you're like, contract, I know what a contract is, right? I sign something, you sign something, we agree upon it. We agree upon some terms, how things are going to work out. That's a contract. Well, in technical language, it works in a very similar way. You have JSON as a contract between how different programs are going to interact with one another, how a user and a programmer interact, or a programmer and a user will interact. And that's a lot how the whole internet works anyway. It's a call and response. It's requests and responses. Everything from HTML1 with Sir Tim Berners-Lee in 90 whatever, all the way up to MCP servers today. It's requests and responses. And we have rules behind it. Many of those rules we can define, believe it or not, in JSON to do, among other things, enforce data integrity. So if we go from JSON to JSON schema, which I'm going to show you in just a minute, we can enforce data integrity. We can do API contract testing. We talked about APIs. We can do some testing of the contracts between them using JSON schema. We can generate code like TypeScript interfaces. We can also improve our debugging efforts. So on this slide here, which is far too small for any of you to see, but on the left-hand side, we have a simple JSON object. We have a user ID, and the user ID number is user123 because everyone's so creative. And it is username of John Doe and has an email. This is a very basic JSON object. This JSON object describes how many people? Y'all failed the test. I heard like 6. How many people does it describe? 1. So it's not doing very much for us. It works well. It's perfectly written, but it's not doing very much for us. On the other side, we have JSON schema. JSON schema is a JSON format for describing how you want data to be prescribed. So we've gone, and as you notice here, so the username, for instance, can be a string. The minimum length can only be 3. The email is going to be a string format email. So we've gone from describing one user to describing the future state of every user we deal with. We wrote the contract, just expanding our knowledge of JSON. How many have done that already in your life? JSON schema. Nice. Less than half. I feel like I'm in the right place. All right, let's keep going. So this also, you absolutely cannot see, but this is a very basic Node.js Express app. And what you think about is when I said validate data, right? If you have a JSON schema that validates how the data can be, how it can come in, how it's going to go out, you need to be able to use some method to check that data versus what you're having established in your schema. So if I have a schema that says it's going to be X, Y, Z, and you give me a request that does not match that, how do I invalidate that? Or how do I validate that? What are the methods? Well, we can do it right in the world of JSON because this utilizes an interesting little node module called AJV. AJV stands for a JSON validator, another JSON validator, because it's just another JSON validator and we're so great at naming things. I know the font is tiny, so I kind of parsed it out for you because Mark told me about that last year. Thank you, Mark Texan, that guy right there. And so here we go. At the very beginning, we define our schema. It's going to be of a type object. It's going to have the properties, the username of a type string, email, type string, format email. You can read. I'm not going to read the whole thing to you. That's my schema for this. That's my definition for how things are allowed to work. All right, what can I do with that? Well, this utilizes AJV, which is another JSON validator. It's literally the name of it. So top to bottom, we're going to instantiate our JSON validator instance. We're going to call validate. We're going to name that for the compile method on that. And run that on our user schema, which we looked at just a minute ago. Let me show it to you so you know I'm not lying. Whoop. It's called user schema. All right? And then from there, in our post request and our endpoint, we're going to say, hey, let's just define this Boolean right here. Is valid. And this is going to run that validate method on the body of the request. That's the body of the request coming in from the user. All right? Just run that method on it. And if it is valid, excuse me, if it's not valid, kick it out. Give them a 400 status. Boo. Nobody likes 400 status. Success, false, message, invalid data format. What the hell are you doing? Excuse me. And show the error message. So if it's not following our schema, we kick it out right here. Very few lines of code. This is using AJV. And if it's good, we can do the similar thing. We'll just go ahead and pass it 201 saying the request has gone through, success message, user created successfully. This is using AJV and JSON schema to validate data or invalidate data long before it gets to your database. Because if you're a web developer, you have to think cyber. You might not be deep cyber with all their tools, but you can be web safe. And these are one of the ways that you can be web safe by sanitizing your data using things like JSON and AJV. So far, so good? Say yeah. That's what I'm talking about. What else can we do? That was your first superpower. So if you didn't have that before, now you have that. Let's do another one. Let's use JQ. Who's used JQ before? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 out of like 60. That's great. I'm glad I came. JQ stands for, it just stands for JQ. It doesn't stand for crap. I'm sorry. And JQ is kind of like, it's like sed or awk. Where am I sed? Where are Linux people at? Sed, awk. It's like sed or awk for JSON, which is pretty cool. We can do our sorting, our filtering, our mapping. We can do it right there in the command line. And so before I get to that, let's just do a little coding type stuff. Please. All right, can y'all read that in the back? Is it okay? You better pray before you code live, boy. All right, here we go. So in my coding folder here, I have a lot of stuff. And one of them is a little file called data.json. And it's just 100 random users that I made up for the purpose of you guys, right? And they have an ID, a username, a name, an email, and a Boolean of if they're active or not. Can you see that in the back? You, Jake, yes? Jake from State Farm, yes? Thank you, awesome. That's 100 random users, you caught that. So what can we do with this with JQ? Let's say you were given the task of filtering through this for all the names of the active users, and how many are there? You're given that task right now. Don't say it out loud. How would you do it right now? And it's in JSON format. Well, it's just 100. You could just scroll and just write it down. That's not very programmer-like of you. You can probably write a node script, right? You can write a script, probably about 12 to 15 lines. Call fs, use file sync, filter through it, map through it, check for an error. About 12 lines or so. You can do it in the script. But do we really need 12 lines to just figure out how many people here are active and what their names are? So let's see. So we said cat.json. So let's just pipe that. Oh, by the way, let's make sure we show you how to install this because it's really complicated to install JQ. I want to make sure you know how to do that. That was a joke. Hard crowd. Hard crowd, boy. All right, it's already installed because of course it's installed. You know I practiced this, right? All right, so let's clear that so it's top of the menu, and we're going to say cat.json, and let's just pipe that to JQ and isolate out. We're going to look at the users array because this entire data is shown in a users array. So right now, with that one command, I just show you see it has the color coding now. So the key value pairs have been separated. It knows the difference between a string and a Boolean. You see that it kind of has some knowledge about what's going on from that little bit. So let's expand that. Can y'all see the bottom line? Yes or no? The bottom line, yes? Thank you. All right, let's expand that a little bit. So JQ for users, let's just expand that and say, let's just pipe it for the .name property right there. That should work. So that's all the names of the entire list, all 100 names. We don't want all 100 names. We want the one that have been selected as is active as true. So we can just say pipe that to select because that's one of the methods within JQ. .itActive property is active, not itActive, excuse me. And let's say that's true, and then pipe that to name. That should work. Praying with me? Yes. That looks good. And if we want the count on it, we're going to just say what? Let's say Control A to get the beginning of the line. We'll encapsulate this in an array because we have a length method that deals with arrays in the JQ. In the JQ world. So we're going to just say command in, go there, put that in an array, then pipe that to the length method. We just look at it. Cat.json, pipe JQ, users array, pipe to select is active as true. Get all the names. What's the length of those? I don't actually need the name anymore. I just need to know the length, and I don't need that extra single. Boop. That looks good. Oh, it's not. Ah, yeah. Thank you. That's what friends are for. Well, something's weird. JQ users, hold on. Slow down, slow down. I hear lots of talking, but no help yet. Something's weird. Users array pipe to select is active as true. Pipe, let's just pipe it back to name. Why not? Okay, I'm hearing this person. Somebody said over here. Length outside of this bracket. Up, up. No, that doesn't feel right. Okay, so we have an issue, but the number is 55. But it's something I'm just not seeing it right now, and it's hard for me to see because I'm not using my glasses. But trust me when I say that would show a return of 55 if I remember the exact command. But JQ is a very powerful means of going through JSON data. Thank you for the help. I just can't see it right now because I'm going back and forth and it's weird. We're going to go back to our slides. JQ, that's a superpower that you can get that apparently I don't have just yet, but you can get JQ as a superpower. How are we on time? 10 minutes. I'm talking a mile a minute. Look at another superpower. We need another superpower. What happened? Too many superpowers. Calm down the superpowers. Full screen. Next slide. There we go. This scene right here, superpower number 3, JSON as a prompt. This scene right here is from the original Star Wars. And this scene, you got to go back and watch it because Luke and Uncle Ben are talking and they're negotiating with the little guys for a robot. And Uncle Ben starts talking to C3PO, who's clearly sentient. and it can respond to everything. So clearly AI. So I'm just going to start calling him AI. Uncle Ben starts talking to the AI, and everything he asks them, the AI is overly eager with the answers. Like, yes, like, okay, slow down. What about this? He goes, yes, like just overly eager. The AI is just giving all this information, and some of it's right and some of it's not quite right. That might sound a little bit like your experience with AI today, which is interesting because this movie came out in 1977. What did George know about AI? But interestingly, we can use JSON as a prompt. For instance, open Chrome, yes, I trust myself. But do I trust the internet? So this is a 17-second video of a mermaid, clearly an AI video, but it's pretty, it's cool, it's pretty neat. We could describe this in plain text. That's one of the advantages of AI, particularly the smarter it gets, is the ability to use plain text. But this actually was generated with this JSON right here. Now I asked this user if I could use her example and we follow each other, and she said yes, go for it. And so her name is IamEmily2050. She's not paying me, I don't know her outside of the internet, but she uses JSON to describe her videos and her images. And you might think, well, why would I do all that crap? I can just say make XYZ and it does it. Why do I need all that? Well, you don't have to have it, but what do you want to be able to do with it? So by doing this, she gets consistency and be able to do testing. So you can, instead of trying to go through a bunch of paragraphs of text and find out what all you need to try to change a single element, she can go to a single key value pair, change only that value, and get a new result, but it's pretty interesting. I think it's so interesting, I tried it myself. Open Chrome, yes, I trust me. I know you can't hear this.
The best.
I'm gonna let it loop a little bit. Well, this is me. I'm Lawrence D. Codes everywhere. I did this
Is always the best.
8 weeks ago. So that video, which I think is pretty decent, is, so let me close it. Close that one, let me close that one. I'm getting there, y'all. That is this, where's a better way to show it to you? Show it to you on Twitter. That is this JSON right here. So I wrote this. And I wanted to see, because like right now, who uses VO3 for their videos? Just playing around doing stuff, whatever. So what is your cap on using VO3? What's the cap right now? Is there, it limits how much, can you do infinite videos? Not you, Google man. That's Mark Texan, the Google man. I can get 3 8-second videos per day, give or take. Well, what if I want to make a scene? What if I want to make 8 times 3, 24, 24-second scene that the scene is continuous? Well, if I do plain text and I just try to change just the right text, I'm telling you, it's been varying results. Sometimes okay, sometimes not. But if I break down every part of the scene into JSON and I just want to change one element, I just change the value of that one element. And so let's do it live. This might completely fail. If it does, you'll laugh with me. But I'm going to change only the action. And instead of her looking at us and eating a pear, I'm going to say the woman nods happily and places the pear down slowly but naturally. Enter. There's always one. So while that's running, we're going to go back to our slides because this guy also did something cool that I think you should know as a developer. Again, one more time, everybody who codes regularly, raise your hand. Hands down. If you code regularly and AI really screws you up sometimes when you code, raise your hand. Excellent, hands down. This guy too, I don't know his name, I gotta find his name. I promise to find his name. I'll tweet it. But he said, I'm tired of ChatGPT. He uses ChatGPT, I'm a Gemini guy, doesn't matter. He uses ChatGPT and he was tired of getting just these horrible results. So he encapsulated everything he didn't want it to do ever again, put that in JSON, and uploaded that as context. Every possible thing, and you can see, here's how I want the strategy, here's how I want the domain knowledge to come from, and it goes on and on and on. Every way he wanted his thing to code, he put that in his initial context, so all prompts refer to that local context first, then the more vast array of knowledge. Because if you don't do that, then it's going to, and you just say, write me a React function to describe the people in this room. It's going to use all the knowledge it has of React people in a room to give a function. But you can be more specific using JSON, that's one way to do it. Let's see if our video's ready, because that'll be cool. All right, not yet, so we're going to keep on moving. So we've gone through a few superpowers. I'm going to run through this real quick. We've gone through JSON schema, JSON as a contract superpower. We added that to your tool belt. JSON as a query language with JQ. JSON as a prompt. What about JSON as a blueprint as a domain-specific language for your UI? That's a great question. Because I'm not suggesting that you can your React, your Angular, and your Vue and start coding your entire UI in JSON every day. That would be ridiculous. But fun fact, many UIs, many displays that you see don't come through native code like that. They come through systems. They come through programs that have been made for you, content creation tools. And those content creation tools absolutely love JSON. I literally was at a, I'm not gonna name drop them, but I was at a booth in the Render conference, one of my other conferences I love so much, and their booth said, we don't care if you're using React, Angular, or Vue, we speak JSON. And it just made sense, because when you get down to that, it's not getting closer to the middle, don't think anything crazy, but it's just a file extensible format that is very flexible, and you can do a ton of things with it. So think about having JSON as your input. You put it into some system, some box, some magic box, and out comes a perfect UI every time. That can be extended in multiple ways and extended across languages and across frameworks. Well, I happen to know a company that tends to do that very well, and they're called BeFree. Hence the shirt and the socks and my team with the cameras. So, yeah, shout out to the team, shout out to the team. I have 3 minutes. BeFree is the hands down best email editor on the planet, period. It comes in 2 forms, as an app as well as an SDK. The SDK, Software Development Kit, can be embedded in your current application. So you, who is it? Somebody here is starting a startup. Who has a startup? You're starting a startup. Eventually you're gonna need to reach your email users at scale. You don't want ugly plain text emails. You want it to be nice and professional, like Best Buy when it comes to your email, or whatever, Office Depot, those nice glitzy emails that actually make you click. And you're like, why did I click that crap? They know what they're doing. And very often they're using the BeFree SDK because we offer it as a white label solution, which means SaaS companies can get our SDK embedded in their app. You put your own branding on it, they never even see us. We want you to make the money. We want you to be our customer, and thousands will be your customer. That's how the SDK works. Well, what the hell does that have to do with JSON? Great question. I heard it in the back. I heard you. This is what's called simple schema. It has a lot to do with it. This is just one example. So we have a very robust schema of JSON that describes every possible element, for instance, to describe an email, a landing page, or a web notification, a pop-up. Very complex. Great for describing UIs, not so great for training AI, because everything is AI and AI is everything now. So we have to think about AI. We've been thinking about that for a while now. And so some of our great engineers, folks like Matt Weber and others, have described a simpler version called the simple schema. It takes the core elements of what you need to have that perfect landing page, that perfect email, the perfect pop-up, and make it into a JSON format that is very easily consumable by an AI agent or an AI model. So here's the flow, and I'm gonna use the front row. So Wayne works in marketing. He has a template he really likes, but he needs some new versions. All this whole front row is marketing except one person, Bree. She's the only developer. But if they're using BeFree SDK, there's no problem. Because you take his one template, our simple schema, and feed it into an LLM and get whatever, 100 different templates that are variations of that. And then she'll feed it into our API. We talked about APIs. We have an API called, within our content services API, we have one called the simple to full. She'll take that and it will take the simple schema for those 100 templates and turn it into the JSON that's used by our editor. Now she can take those 100 templates and give it to the entire marketing team, and they can work on all those different versions without having to know code herself. She can run the whole thing as a single person dev because we leverage JSON and we leverage APIs. I have 1 minute left. And as you see here, the Content Services API alone does so much, right? You can input JSON, output JSON. We have co-editing features that work on a JSON patch. Like there's JSON everything in what we do. We really leverage it, and it works super, super well. Let me take a quick break to see if my movie's ready, because, what's up with the Wi-Fi? Ghetto Wi-Fi. Y'all tell Danny. All right, I'm running out of time. So definitely BeFree SDK is something to check out. It's kind of like the jack of all trades tool belts, which is interesting. I'm not sure why I put mind control. It's supposed to be like superpowers, mind control, meh. But if you think about it, what I just described with BeFree SDK, BeFree, the company where I work, and our product, it does contract, it does prompt, there's query language, and it's a blueprint. So in a way, it's like all those superpowers rolled up into one. Plug phones, plug phones, plug phones. I have 45 seconds, plug phones. Scan that. That will take you to our docs. I want you to tear our docs apart. We have the best technical writer on the planet. His name is Zaire Ortiz. I love that guy. I hug him whenever I see him, which has been a total of one time. Hopefully it'll happen again soon. Our docs are fantastic. I want you to tour around with this, to play with this. And certainly follow me, Lawrence D. Codes, not for the purpose of having another number in my follower list, but I want to talk to you and interact with you about B-Free, about JSON, about coding. Hey, I'll go back to my Java days. Let's just nerd out sometimes. All right? Definitely go to the Commit Your Code website. They ask for a rating, so do the ratings thing. That's really important. And for any Q&A, definitely go to our booth. And if you haven't been to our booth, do the spin the wheel. If you spin the wheel and get swag, we will ship it to you. You don't even have to pack your suitcase. All right, now, everybody's gonna clap as I take my picture. That way you look happy, and my boss will be happy as well. You ready? 3, 2, 1, hey! Thank y'all so much.
All right. Let me know, is this working? Okay. Hello, everyone. So nice to, hello. So nice to see everyone here and some familiar faces. My name is Naina Ndukwe, and I'm the Developer Relations Lead currently at Kodo. And Kodo is an agentic AI coding platform, essentially. Oh my God, Leon!
I have not seen him in years, and I went to Resilient Coders back in 2017, so it's just crazy to see you. Thank you for being here. Okay. Anyway, so I am really excited to talk to you about a world that I'm obsessed with. If you are following me potentially on Twitter or LinkedIn, AI is my world, and specifically AI for software development. And I want to talk to you about this hype that we're seeing in the industry. There's so much noise, but it's really difficult to find out how can we practically implement AI in a way that actually supercharges our developer workflows, that can reduce the cognitive load that we have. And so that's what I want to talk about, and doing that by leveraging AI agents through different phases of the software development lifecycle. And who am I? Kind of just said that, but this is what I'm passionate about, no fluff, Gen AI for developers. As someone who has been software developer for years now that I don't want to count, but I guess I did for the slide, and now transitioning into DevRel, my job is to be able to empathize with developers. And because I've been one myself, I should be able to understand what is it that they are going through. And in this AI era, I need to understand their pain points even more so. I love blogging, I love speaking, that's why I'm literally on stage. And like I said, I'm here for sharing how to adopt the mindset, the tools, and the practice of using AI agents for software development. This is not just about this is not just about finding AI tools for coding. This is about an entire paradigm shift, a way of approaching the work that we do. And a quick session overview. We're going to talk about the current state of agentic coding, some pitfalls we're seeing in the vibe coding era. How many folks have vibe coded or know what vibe coding is? Okay, yes, quite a bit, everyone. And yeah, some of the issues that we're seeing with it, and a solution that I have called viable coding. I stole this phrase from engineers at Kodo. They used it in an internal meeting, and I was like, yes, this is the answer. This is exactly what I want to be the antithesis of vibe coding for software developers who don't want to lose their jobs. For people who are, for side projects, it's fun to do vibe coding if you want to spin up a website in one prompt. I think that is dope, and the amazing new, innovative tools that we have out there. But if you are on the job, there is a certain reputation that you must maintain. There are people that you're collaborating with, QA engineers, designers, project managers, and other engineers. There are some more senior engineers, principal and staff that you might be, unless there's some principal and staff in the room. Other ones, your colleagues on the same level or below you, maybe some junior developers that you're collaborating with. And there are certain expectations of developing high quality software. So how can we then move on to see how can we leverage AI to build high quality software? This is the current state that we see right now. You probably are familiar with Cursor, Claude Code if you like the CLI or being in the terminal more. GitHub Copilot, which also has the code review for PRs tool. There's a lot of amazing tools out there. And I kind of went over this already. The vibe coding era that we're in, and it was coined back in February, I see, and this took off. And like I said, it was fantastic for its purpose of being able to build quickly. And for simple software, I believe that code generation is mostly all that you need. But of course, this is alluding to something more that is beneath the surface. Code generation is awesome, and we have the tools for that now. But what we're seeing here is that how does it work for larger code bases? The laughter makes me think that people resonate and get where we're coming from with this. How does vibe coding actually work? How practical is it for larger, complex code bases? What if you are an open source developer, or you want to be one? You want to build open source tools that others can use. That needs to be high quality. If you want and expect other people to contribute, first of all, it's got to work. People have to use it and like it, and then more people join that community. That means you're building high quality software. And so for vibe coding, the approach that we see a lot now, which is minimal effort, is probably not the best approach that is maintainable long term. And that is where this LinkedIn screenshot comes from. How AI coding tools are so much less useful when used on existing large code bases at work compared to greenfield projects or side projects. This was a realization, I can't remember when this was posted, but this was a realization, and this was actually before the phrase context engineering came out, about how we actually need to build, or we need to be able to leverage tools that will be more useful in the actual workplace, or building something much more high quality, which is also what I call production grade. Production grade software requires code integrity. So underneath the full iceberg, you see that there's maintainability factor, there's compliance, maybe security, there's different standards that your organization or your entire company or your engineering organization or at the team level that you actually practice that are very unique and nuanced. We have reliability factor and testing and reviewing. And this is a much larger, fuller, more realistic picture that you can see that is involved in building production grade software. And that's what we at Kodo call code integrity. And let me know if I'm talking too fast. I feel like I am. And this is how I envision this shift from vibe coding to viable coding. What is viable coding? The longest sentence in the world. I'm sure Grammarly would hate me for this, but the systematic methodology for integrating AI agents into software development workflows in ways that enhance human capabilities, maintain quality standards, and scale reliably across organizations. Now, this all sounds really nice and very ideal, but how do you actually do this thing? So here is the traditional software development lifecycle. There are different versions of this lifecycle. Some of them are condensed or grouped, but this is the concept, and we see different versions of this outside of software development. There's life cycles for everything, right? We have identifying and gathering requirements. We have the planning phase. Sometimes that's grouped together as well. We have the designers. I mentioned the designers being brought into the room, or the UI designers as well. We have the implementation phase, once you really understand what you're actually supposed to be building, and this is when you're actually coding. And then we have the tests that need to be written, and if you're doing test-driven development, maybe the tests would be written first in small components, and then you would write or build the actual feature. And then we have deployment and maintenance. There's technical debt. There are bugs that come up that you need to make sure that you solve. There's some refactoring that you need to do because you made some really you made some decisions that for solving something quickly because of the time constraints that you had. But then at some point you got to go back and make it more robust. And so there's so much that goes into the software development lifecycle. And I think it's important to honor that when we think about AI for software development and use this as a clue to how we can then, how we can then infuse AI into each part of this phase. And that's what I have here. That's literally how I feel when I think about this. This slide is probably way too complicated, but I'll try to get through it as quickly and as eloquently as possible. We have AI for the planning phase. We have AI for the code generation, the code review, overall workflows, maybe some tasks that are very repetitive, like updating docs or some readmes or some type of information, or running some type of workflow that checks that your code is maintaining the best practices that you might have within your team or within that particular repo. And then we have AI for deep context to produce high quality code itself. This is more of the architectural layer and the component of not only do I need to, I have control, there are some aspects of this that you have control over with finding tools like Kodo that can do all of these things, but it's also on us at Kodo to be able to provide the underlying architecture and the ability to leverage the tools like MCPs and like a context engine for context engineering that's running 24/7, that's running these builds so that it understands the full scope of your code base, even while you're sleeping. And then for the machine learning and real AI to actually play a part in learning what actually gets merged from your code review. And then this is teaching Kodo what is actually acceptable written code that aligns with your standards. So it's supposed to be very custom. It's supposed to be very bespoke. And that's the point, and that's part of the experience of using AI, or that's what it's supposed to be. And so that's how I kind of see it, is going through all of these phases and being able to use AI agents. This will be a bit more of a shift to go into, but I can just quickly mention that you can also shift how you perceive the code review phase and at what point in the software development lifecycle that it actually occurs. If you want to shift left a little bit, during the code implementation phase, you can do a review process before it even gets to a PR. When you are a real life software developer, I know no one in their right mind wants to actually make a PR where it looks like your email should be shut off by tomorrow. That's embarrassing, right? You want to protect yourself. You want to show up as your best self. You don't want to have something that you haven't even been able to review yourself. And maybe there are ways that AI can help you review and fix and modify, improve the code that you want to write to then before another engineer gets to see it. And I remember, and I said this yesterday in a live session, I remember when I was working at a larger company, and I was only a couple years into Python, writing Python code, and I made a bunch of PRs to a back-end, actually it was a massive monolithic code base, and I was just on a high. I thought I was, the best thing that has happened. And who ends up reviewing my pull request? The staff, principal, engineer of like the whole company who's been there 11 years. And I was just like, amazing. This is exactly who I want to be looking at my code when I'm a newbie still. That's pressure. That's pressure applied, and that's what it's like in the workforce. So why not have AI just help you out a little bit right here, and then in the middle, in the PR phase, to do a first pass before anyone else gets to your code, to clean up things even further. And then there's a post-PR phase, but I won't get into that. But that's just to give you an idea of the mindset. And we kind of went over this already, but the idea is just more of a holistic, high-quality, end-to-end developer experience. And there are so many layers of this that are on us, and in order to build and provide that so that it's easier for you all to be able to implement on a daily basis at work. And to go into, I'm wondering if I should actually just go into the code, but I think to be safe, I'll start with the slides. So step one, which I showed you all in a former slide, plan agent mode. This is an agent mode that exists in Kodo. You can install this extension in VS Code and JetBrains, whichever IDE or code editor that you use. And here is a screenshot of me asking, I have a Python MCP agent workshop project. And it's a very manually written MCP server. And I'm like, hey, I just found out about fast MCP. Maybe I could refactor this and reduce the amount of lines of code of better support with this particular tool. How can I plan, like how to implement this? Can you do this for me? And that is, and I was using GPT-5, by the way. I don't know if y'all have opinions on that. I thought it was pretty good. Let's see. I don't know if I have time to go through this. Oh, there's a time right there. No, I don't have time. Okay, so essentially, what I can do is show this here. Can you all see that? Yeah. So down here, we have agent modes. And I picked the plan mode. That is for actually just having the discussion of this is the thing that I need to build. Now imagine maybe you have a JIRA ticket. You can pull in the JIRA ticket if you have a JIRA MCP or any type of connection to the management tool for the tasks that you have. How can we actually plan this out? Then you can have a conversation. Through this conversation, it'll start to plan what's the current state, what are the objectives and the success criteria. I'm skimming by really fast. And then a whole migration strategy. how you're going to do this gracefully so you're not breaking things along the way of this implementation, and all the detailed steps that go with it. In plan mode, and I believe in ask mode as well, if you're doing a back and forth, because in a plan mode, you'll probably get some questions for clarity on what have you considered about this particular architectural approach. Do you want to completely remove the old server? Do you want to create this new fast MCP implementation in a separate file and then decide when you want to migrate and delete the old file? Those are the kind of questions that you're going to get in the plan phase and the ask phase. And I believe that this is a no write mode, so it's not even allowed to implement any code. This is just about actually having, making the decisions that will lead to you then shifting to code mode. Where are we? Okay. And that's the code agent mode next. You can build incrementally, and I screenshot of proceeding to phase 1 and then phase 2 of the implementation process. And it shows me the whole process and when it's updated me. And what I really like about this is that after that, it's also very careful to tell me how to verify and run the different commands that are specific to this project to make sure that everything is working as expected. Even though I'm in the middle of building, I have made changes, and these changes are things that I could probably push and submit a PR for. So we need to make sure everything is running as expected and debug, and then keep moving on. And then this was that part that I was talking about to reduce chances of humiliation, which is reviewing code before the PR is live. And I did that using workflows. We have built-in workflows, so when you install the extension, there are / commands, a few different ones, and one of the ones that I started using was review. Codo gets to put on the review hat, internally, locally on your machine, and it goes through the process of figuring out where are the potential issues that could come up. And then from there, you can let AI take the first pass in your PR reviews. And this will happen automatically when you submit a PR. And it goes super in depth with all these different recommendations to everything to consider when you have submitted the PR, and there are different lines of code that maybe could use some improvement, some security risks or concerns that could come up. Those are the kind of things that you might not always be thinking about, but AI is thinking about it for you. And I think yesterday at the live session, Kanika Tolver was there on the call, and she was asking, what about security agents? And I was like, that's an amazing question. There's different implementations. You could have maybe a security agent, or you could have a security-focused MCP that's running all these different scans for you right there in the terminal and at the PR review phase. Either way, as long as you get it done and you make sure that you are covering all bases. Why are there all these steps? This was something that actually came up on Twitter, and I feel bad because, well, maybe I'll follow him now, I guess, after this. I don't know. But I thought this was a very interesting statement. If the agent can write the code, it can review the code. So why do we need all these separate tools? Why do we have Cursor for this and CodeRabbit for that, or GitHub Copilot? It's the same models. It should be able to do all the work. I thought that was a really great question. And my answer, and an answer that I have verified with the engineers and people with the PhDs out there in AI engineering, the recommendation is that you shouldn't use the same agent for writing and reviewing code because it's a completely different cognitive architecture. And that is very similar to how our brains work as well. When you are in the creation phase, you're probably not as much in the scrutinizing phase of thinking about all the potential pitfalls or issues. So that's a completely different neural pathway that your own brain will operate under, and that's the same thing for agentic or multi-agent systems. And that makes the case for multi-agent systems, not one agent just doing everything. You can optimize different stages when they are separated, but all together as an AI system. And that's the long answer, which we won't go over. But I'm sure the slides will be shared and you can look at it if you want to. Obviously, you guys can't click on these links. I did have QR codes, but then it was like I was using some free service, and then they were just like, you have 2 days and they're gonna be deactivated. And I was like, you threatening me right now? So, you know, I'm sorry about that, but if you wanted to see in real life, and I have 4 minutes, okay, awesome. If you wanted to see in real life the part 1 of this fast MCP migration, refactor, whatever you want to call it, I submitted a PR into my own project, and I let, I think that's a bit better. I wrote this part, and then Codo Merge, which is our PR review tool, generated all of this. It identified the type of PR it was, and create a description and a diagram walkthrough of what the changes are. What I like here is how obvious it is that this is an improvement because of the reduction in the lines of code, but then all of the capabilities, the functionality that came from leveraging this framework. And a very detailed, in-depth walkthrough of the relevant files and then the actual review. And some recommendations here. There's logging and observability. There's argument validation. And backwards compatibility. And then some code suggestions that you can actually apply. Re-add some essential server logging configuration. If you want to, you can click apply. I'm not going to do that now. But what it would do is it would automatically apply the suggestions, it would update, and would cross this off the list as what has been completed and is no longer relevant in the pull request. And so you can keep doing that throughout the process, and you could also ask for more if you are a masochist. And yeah, that's the idea of all of this. So yeah, I wanted to show you guys how this is more of like a platform approach for many stages. We didn't go through all of the stages, but this is to give you an idea of how you can do things incrementally, carefully, to improve code quality over time. And yeah, I think that's everything. So. Do we have time for questions? Is that a thing, or should we one? Okay, one question? Okay. Hopefully I can answer.
As a reviewer, obviously it's giving you baseline stuff, and I've seen this where you like auto-integrate diagrams and explanations. But as a reviewer, sometimes, you know, one of the things you'll do is you'll ask your colleague, hey, I see this line of code, why did you do this? Does the tool today have the capability where I could actually, instead of necessarily tagging my colleague, I could do like /codo explain and be like, hey, can you explain what this line of code?
There should be an explain command, so I haven't memorized the exact commands by heart.
There is.
Oh, this is my colleague, sorry.
There's also a plugin you can have. Not only works with GitHub right now, but you can actually have an internal conversation that is hidden from everyone else. So you can ask questions to the AI with the context of the code base and the PR. So you can ask questions and ask that. If you do /ask and space, then she can do a question. But then what happens there is that comes out as a comment. But you can use that to your advantage, because now you make Codo be the bad person, not you. So if you're reviewing something and you see something that, oh, I don't really like this, instead of directly commenting on it, ask Codo a question about saying, should you be what's the best way to do setter injection or to do component, solid approach? And then it'll look at the code and say, oh, you're doing property setting instead of IOC and injection into the function, and so now the person has to argue with Codo and not you. Poor blinker.
I think that's it. Thank you all. Hello.
Awesome.
Saved by the bell. No.
Well, not just in there. You had
Yeah.
a great post.
Oh.
They go to commit your code, they can review you.
Oh, yes, and also make sure to review my talk. Would really appreciate it if you go to commityourcode.agenda.
That, I can leave that, that's quit Claude. And we should be good. Hopefully I won't be my friend Josh in his talk. Actually, someone tried to call him. I know that number too, so I was like, someone got it, and then from there they went to what was it else? There was something else that hit, but he was right on the time. He amazes me. For like 20 years now, I've known him, and it's like, well, I mean, I've seen that talk like 20 times. So when we're in different conferences, I usually try to jump into his and Venkat's. Ready? Cool. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. My name's David Perry. I'm a principal architect with Kodo. Today is a value add talk. I am not going to even touch any tool of Kodo. So this isn't a sales pitch. What I'm going to do is help you out, help us, and help in any kind of tooling. So we're going to go deep into, or try to go deep into the MCP specification message protocol. So I give a class on this, a workshop, and I have a 3-hour one and a 6-hour one, and we get really in depth in it. So today though, for 25 minutes, we're not gonna hit any code, and I'm not gonna teach you how to code that because it's just not gonna be beneficial for you, and it would be too sped up, and you need your brain power. So instead, I've elected that we're gonna just examine the JSON. So that was kind of funny for me. We're doing Java, I'll take Josh's thing, Java script. But it's not, it's JSON notation, that's as close as I like to get to JavaScript. And so the first thing I'm gonna do here is go into our overview. So a quick example on this. Now, I have not put everything on this for the actual MCP. We haven't talked about initialize or anything. We're gonna get into the weeds on that. But I think doing this diagram really serves us well to kind of understand how this is gonna go, how you work with MCPs and how the whole big picture works. Because you might be like, oh, I've heard of MCPs and the MCP spec, and you have MCP client, you have the MCP server, and where do you sit in this? So if you're not a company that is backing an AI model and interacting with the AI model, you're probably not gonna be writing or doing a client. If you are a developer or consumer or need to give enhancement to your AI tooling or AI anywhere in the world, you're gonna write more of a server. And that server is there to present information to the model. So what happens? Like an example, a user goes into make a request, say it's using Kodo, so using Kodo in the tool, and says, I want to get information, or I want to implement the information on the wiki for this design. And you give a page ID to it. And so that will go to Kodo and the application, that's a plugin or a command line, and it's gonna go into and send that off to the LLM. The LLM, part of the request is that Kodo, and I'm not showing here, has all the listing of all of its tools that it has available to it, all the MCP server tools. So it sends those up to whatever ones you want to give to it and gives that to the LLM, and the LLM's reading and says, oh, I need to make a decision on this. Oh, it wants to know about this wiki page and this page ID. I don't have that. Whoa, wait a minute, I have this list of tooling, and now I'm gonna go through all this tooling. Oh, I see one that talks about I can provide you the information of wiki pages on Confluence. So it takes that ID and says, okay, great. So then it says, oh, it has a format. I have a contract. So the LLM says, I know I have a contract. So it takes that contract, and that's what the tool is giving it, takes that contract, says, okay, I'm gonna fill all this out. Page number is mandatory. Maybe it says, give me a path too, but it's optional. It says, well, I don't have the path. So it takes that page number, because that's what came in, and sends it back to the client. So then the client, all it does is says, okay, I'm gonna pass through and send that contract of message to that MCP server. Because they're gonna say, okay, I know this is coming back, here's the tool ID, and that's what the LLM's asking, I go get it, and I'm just a facilitator. So now it's just gonna route it back. So it gives it to the MCP tool, that's where we are right here. It's the MCP server is gonna go off and do it itself. So that MCP server, say with Confluence, goes to the Confluence page, gets all the values, returns back, and gives you that information to the app, which then in turn gives it to the LLM. So now the LLM has all the page information it needed based on your first original prompt, and then sends the general final response because it uses that information and says, here's the code to implement your requirement, and then sends it back to the application. The application can say, look, I have that code, I can save that. Or it might even be something more where the LLM says, okay, I need to now write this, I'm gonna write this code, and I'm gonna write it to the file system. So it'll send back the code that it got, that it came up with, and send it to a tool, which will go to the application and say, here, write this content to this file, to the contract, and it'll go on your file system. So that is, in a nutshell, the kind of path. So I'll pause for a second. Does anyone have any questions on that kind of general way of how MCP server and the client work? Because if you don't have that kind of understanding, when now we start getting the message protocol, you're going to get discombobulated and be like, oh, what's all this, and where am I? Am I the client or I'm the server? So I don't know if a lot of people are JavaScript people here, maybe, and so you're like, here, client, you're like, oh, that's what we should be writing. Most of the time, you're probably writing a server instead. So yeah, just bear with me on that one. So that's kind of an overflow. So now here is the flow, how everything starts up. And it's going to get going. So we first have the inspector. Now, why am I calling this MCP inspector? When we go to the next one, I will show you this. I'm going to go to the MCP inspector here, and you'll see this is a tool that I highly recommend you can get. It's free, and you guys will be able to get these slides, but I'll go back here. If I didn't, this talks all about this, but here's a key one right here. The MCP inspector, it's free, it's on open source, it's done by Anthropic. Highly recommend it, that you go to that before you work with anything else. A lot of these tools, be it Anthropic, be it GitHub, be it Kodo, anyone, there's different ones out there. There's different ways that it talks, from standard I/O to SSE to streamable. You need to test this out and figure out which one's going to work for you and help troubleshoot it, so you're not pulling your hair out saying, oh, I defined this MCP server, why isn't it working, and dealing with that. So I'll tell you, your mileage will vary depending on your vendor and your people implementing it. Make sense on that one? So I'm going to go ahead and connect this before we do that and just walk you through this. The listation, we'll get on that. This is one of the newest features in the MCP spec that got actually checked in and merged into the spec. And what that means, or what this does, is when you are an MCP server, you can get a request to you and you're like, I need to get more information from the client who's asking me something before I can give them back my answer. So it's like, oh, you filled this all in, but I still need more information. So that's what they came up with on that. And so this is what I did. I put it in there and I just said, okay, here is the response form. So you can actually say, how do you want to be the response? And you can have them pick different information and answers to you. So you can say, 7 days. This is just an example. Hey, what's the time range? And your project key for the JIRA. And then based on that, if you think of that, now I can have you, or I can use it and go query JIRA. So I could be an MCP server for JIRA, and I could have said, okay, you've asked me for this page or whatever, but I'm not going to go look for every page since the day of time in JIRA. So I'm just going to go between that time range and then what's the project key to go look at that time range. And you didn't give that to me in ahead, but this is what I'm going to ask you now because you asked for that pages. So this is the new part of that spec, but really what everyone goes for is the tools. So how many people, like when I say tools in MCP server, you know what I'm talking about on that? Yeah. So this is a good one on tools. We have resources and prompts, and maybe we'll get in and we'll look at the messages, but really the one that everyone is big on is the tools, because that is kind of the key to this. I will tell you that people will create tools that are like more information, like descriptions. And I saw this just the other day, working with someone on a tool. We're putting in an MCP server, connecting it to a tool and trying to work with it. And I was like, wait a minute, this is like the README doc of the tool as a tool itself. I was like, no, that should be over here in resources. So what is resources? It's a static listing of data you can make available for the client to facilitate and give to the LLM if it needs it. So it's not going off and doing some work or doing, kind of coding work. It is, what do you think? This is a capability. This is the actual Java doc or information and Java code of the capability object. So you see all of this. So if you think of that, that could be your static resource. You don't need to do a tool for that because it's static. And you're looking for it, and you say, hey, give me this list, so I have that at my fingertips that read me. But I will tell you that everyone's in the tools only, and not all the clients, when it comes to doing development tooling, use this. But when you're writing this stuff, I'm giving you these tools or telling you about this is you can use this in your own code in production on the server. So this is not just about doing MCP servers to enhance your ability in our tool, like you can plug it into our our CLI agent or our tooling, but you can also use it on the server. So you might have questions and stuff for your AI to work with, saying giving interest rates or what's the latest interest rates, and it needs that information to be able to calculate someone's ability, can they or can they not get a loan kind of thing and other stuff. And that might actually be a real world thing that one of our clients has done. So here's a tool. So I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna search for a keyword. One of the interesting things here is you see the root directory. So why am I asking for the root directory coming in there? You say you should have that. There is a thing with the MCP spec. Again, not everyone implements, and this is the client has to do. And our client said it did it, but because this is a tool for inspector, it's an example for us, it doesn't give a root right off the bat. So you have to provide it. But it did say, hey, I do that capability. And so really, it's advertising that I have a root. Now, why the root? The root should be that contract. If you are writing MCP servers and you see that they have the capability of giving you the roots, then it's obligation to you to go ask for the roots and use that. Meaning, if you are a search, like I'm doing here, I should not go to the / directory of a user's computer and search their whole directory if I have roots. The default is wherever you're running. If they don't give you that, it's kind of like the unknown kind of known of don't go to the root ever, like / directory, go to wherever you are being executed and go from there and search down from there if you're not given roots. It's not something, you could go to the / and there's nothing that stops you to go all the way to / all the time, because if they say, hey, yeah, go off and do your search, well, you have access to your computer. This is when people talk about security and stuff like that, this is one of those things. So you can be a good developer and a nice guy, or you can be a really bad one and search their whole root. So I can come here and I'll just do /opt and save that change. Now, that actually posted a change and got my tools, and if everything's working correctly, we can see that I do not have an ask for the root directory anymore. So that's something I wrote into the tool to behold and do that, and I can now search for Java. Now that's /opt. So this is should take us some time, because I have quite a bit of projects in there. And this is not actually hitting any LLM. This is the key to this, is that this is only to test out your tools. And it probably took out too much time. Yeah, I did take too much time. So let me go back in here and do, I'll go here and go into this project so that I have a little bit more time there. Great. So now I will update this, save the changes, and now we will go back in the tools and now search for it. You can see there's also that time for the timeout. That gives me a good segue into the sampling. So I'm going to hit ping here. This is one of those, so we're going to go look at the messages here in the next 30 seconds here. This ping, though, is when you hit it, you have to respond back. So the client's going to say, I'm going to keep on hitting you, server, every so often to see if you're alive. If you're not alive, I'm going to shut you down, especially like with the I/O. So the I/O, it's starting a console input and output on your local machine, and you're great to go. That's the best thing you want to use. That's where it's really started. And then they have SSE and streamable, and that is in the cloud. So it's not going to shut you down. It's just going to maybe close its connection or say the tool's not available if it does ping, so that it doesn't give that tool list to the LLM. is you want to limit the amount of tools that go through. So when I hit ping, what I did is saying that, okay, as a MCP server, I'm going to act like that's a sampling. That'll trigger me to do the sampling. And that's all this sampling does. So the sampling is the ability to ask the client, say, hey, client, on behalf, I have this question of the LLM that I need you to ask it. And it's a prompt. You, as an MCP server, you can pass the prompt. I don't see any clients or anyone actually implementing this in. But it's really good for the server side. So these are some things you have to work. But remember, timeouts are your enemy. So if you're going to go do a sampling and you're going to go hit the client and the client has to hand it off to the LLM and you're waiting for a response back, now you can see kind of the vicious level in the loop, because originally that LLM that the client asked the first question to is the same LLM it's asking that question you gave it to, and that LLM's waiting for you to come back with an answer as a tool to it. So your timeouts, you have to really see that vicious circle and you can kind of get in there. So be there. So this is me simulating like there that I approved it and said, yeah, I approve, I'll give you that answer, I'll go to the LLM, and I acted like the LLM. So we have everything there. You guys understand kind of that flow now, and here's how the flow goes. When you first get started up and you're a MCP server, you're going to get the initialized. Does everyone see that? I think it's pretty zoomed out as much as possible for us, but we're going to look at these messages more. I'm just showing that there's your initialize. From your initialize, you're going to send back a result. So this is our client. So the client's going to call us. We're the MCP server. We're going to return back the result. Do you see the protocol version right there? That is not something up to your choice. Whatever the client gives you as a protocol version, you must return that protocol version back. Or you don't reply and you close out. Don't respond and it'll eventually time out and do that, meaning you're not agreeing to that protocol version, and then the client will just go silent on you. So just FYI, if you don't put those together, you're like, what's going on? You're not going to see anything in the logs or anything else. It's just saying, hey, handshake's not able to happen. And it's not going to come back with a handshake. It just says, hey, you obviously do not know what I'm talking about. We're, Chinese and English or something, no compute there. So then this is the last one. This is the most important, where you saw I had the ping. That was like my poor man's way of saying, hey, I'm going to go do and send in a question or have that come up. And that's because initialize has to come. That has to come from the client. And this initialize just says, I'm initialized and ready for you as an MCP server to communicate with me. So whatever capabilities. So it says, hey, I'm advertising I have roots. You can't ask it for roots until you get initialized. So you need the handshake, and the client has to come back and say, you're now initialized. And then you can say, okay, I can ask for roots and other things. Some clients, Claude, will actually just explode if you try to hit it before, right then, or it did the last time I tried. So you really need to pay attention to that and not do that. So this is that new elicitation where you can prompt and say, hey, send back a request and response. And I have a better way of seeing these. I'm just showing you that these are some of the messages. We're going to go to another page, the actual trace log, and you'll see that through a more consecutive way. The good one here is the roots list. So this is the one that's going to give you, it'll show you, and you ask for the roots list, and then you'll get back the result, and you'll see you can get many of them to go and use. Ping, definitely you want to implement that. What you respond back with is just the ID. And this is the other thing. You guys see the ID and you see it's a 1? How many people think that that's the only kind of thing is a numeric for the ID? No, it's both. It can be a numeric or a string. So there's a gotcha right now. So how do you deal with this? As an MCP server developer, you need to understand or do your development where that you can handle a string or a numeric.
The implementation from the Java world that does the MCP client is actually going to communicate with a string with a small hash, not a whole large GUID or whatever, but I think it's like 7 letters hash that I saw for their implementation. And they're using the MCP server specification that comes from Claude too. They're wrapping it and they're using that, and they're actually sending it as a string for that. But the JavaScript one and other clients will actually only, when they do it, they use integers all the way through. So if you go back, so it's the client's going to be the one that's going to hit you on that one. So you got to know that. If not, when you send back IDs, they're not going to work right. It's not going to work. And another thing is, like, you might take that string and try to shove it into an integer, and it might actually go into the integer, but when you're responding back, it's not. So you're not going to get errors on that. You're going to get like miscommunication because it's asynchronous. So you're going to always have to have those IDs, and they got to match. So remember that. On the thing for ping, most of the clients, I would highly recommend that you don't send anything back in the result. So don't send back Pong, which at first that got me, and I'm like, what the heck? No, they don't drop it. They actually blow up on it. So this is very new engineering, and you have a lot of, I'll just say you have a lot of people that are in the data scientists and stuff. They're not being very defensive programming. So eventually it will probably get more, but that will hit on to you right there. That is that, and then let's see, there's the resources that I showed you and prompts, and then your tool call. This is the one that I wanted to hit on the most, is that this is the tools list first. So a tools list gives you an ID, and it's going to come back to you and say, hey, give me a list of tools. And then you're going to respond back with your definition. So this is a neat one, since I know everyone's hitting on this and it's really big. We'll look into this more, but look, there's a schema in there. That is your contract with that LLM that I talked to you about. And then there's the roots list coming back. And you'll see that some of these, you'll see the roots list changed because I added to that. So there's asynchronous communication all the way for this. So make sure that you're got your listeners in, and then you can have at any point in time that, okay, the roots changed. So then you need to update your understanding as an MCP server what your root list is to go search for. And then that's pretty much it. And there's the results that they give it back to you. So that is in the nutshell of like how the message progresses. And we're just going to hit some runtime fun facts and then hit the trace log and go a little bit more. Protocol information, always make sure that you got the right one going back and forth. Right now there's only one, but pretty sure that it's going to update soon when they make like a breaking change or they decide it. It's bidirectional, as I've been hitting on. Mine is, I used MCP server. Whatever your version is, go ahead and make sure you actually add that and add those in. Client capabilities is really big for you because you need to inspect. So if you're writing an MCP server, you need to look at that first initialize, and don't go ask for roots if it doesn't say, hey, I give you roots. Some of the clients will just disregard it, but some of the clients will shut you down if you're IO, or say something's wrong, or you mess with it and it could have a problem. So make sure you adhere to what they can and cannot do. So don't go asking for like roots, or go ask for sampling if it doesn't say it participates in that. That makes sense to everyone in there? And then here is the more in depth. So this is why I said, hey, I mouse over those, because someone commented on me like, hey, you have all those, but I'm not following it. So now I put that, but now we can go a little bit more into the JSON. So this actually, in the app that I write, one of the things here you'll see is a timestamp and the received and everything. I did that by hand. Why? Because you don't want to use any libraries or any logging like that. A lot of these will hit the console if you're doing the I/O. So if you're in the server, not a big deal. But if you're doing I/O, when your app gets started up, it's opening up that standard in and standard out. Your app gets started up. A lot of times the apps will just say, hey, I have a JLog or Log4j, or Go has one. It says, hey, I've initialized logging. And you're like, oh, bummer. I just messed up my whole communication because I sent garbage to the client, and the client shut me down because it doesn't understand what I'm talking about. So you can't write anything but what the protocol message is and all that communication is to the actual client and server. So because of those things, make sure you got to do your logging. Now the spec has logging. I didn't hit on that because I would not rely on that logging. The reason being is there's so many initialization and handling that you have to do as a server before you get that communication to the client. So where are you going to log that? Only until you get communication and get the protocol handheld handshaking to the client can you send logs to it. I don't understand why they have that or even do that. It should be you are an application, so log and create your own logging for yourself. It's going to make your life a lot more helpful and able to debug, because you're going to be sitting there saying, what the heck. Right here is the, which one is this? This is the actual method, the elicitation. I wanted to go down, I told you, for the tools. So this is the best one right here. So you have the result, and this is the method. So on your receiving from your client, most of the time you'll have a method. If not, I don't never want to say 100%, but we're almost close. You're always going to get a method. Something's going to be in there to understand it. So from the client. So you're going to send something as a method, and it's either going to be a notification or it's going to be a call to your tools or for your resources. And what the client is asking for is that you do the list. That's what this JSON is here, saying please list it, and then this is what you send back to it. So if you look here, you'll have the actual tools. There's the name, keyword search that we saw that came up in there. The description, how many people think the description is, you have to really worry about that or deal with it? Is it that big of a deal? I think the description is one of the biggest, if not most important things when you're doing your MCP server. Why? The description and the key of the tool is given to the LLM. That is the contract that the LLM uses to be able to make a decision to say, this is the tool I pick to be able to get more information based on the prompt that I have. So if in the description it just says, hey, I can get you some requirements, and there's another tool out there that says, hey, I can do Confluence wiki page requirements, and then someone types in, here's my page ID for my wiki page for Confluence for requirements, which tool is going to get picked? You guys, you see the one that talks about the Confluence and everything. The LLM is going to say, this one says requirements, but no, I'm going to do the Confluence one. So know that, and know that you can have conflicts too. So when you're using these tools, know that if you don't explicitly say use this server and this tool name in your prompt, the LLM is not going to, it's going to try to make its decision, hey, do I need information? And I'll try to figure it out. So if you can give it explicit information, or you can turn around and give it more generalized, your descriptions really matter. So that is, in a nutshell, most of the highlights of the requests and responses from your client and MCP server. I hope that it was pretty in-depth. I'll give you some time. Anyone have a question? And if you want to, you can corner me on the outside too. Sorry that we didn't write code, but I didn't think I'd be sitting there. You guys want to watch for me to do that when we only have 25 minutes. So great, thank you. What? Oh yeah, sorry, I said it in the beginning. Yeah, please go to the commit your code right here. Go to your commit your code. You can see me under agenda, and you can see my slides, and the provided feedback, which is a web page. I made it a web page. So you guys can click through and use the web page and check it out.
Is it good? All right. Afternoon. Thanks for stopping by. So, how many of you are here from IT management side or from a technology standpoint, just to get a feel of? Is it all management or technology? Management. Okay. And how many of you had experience with Databricks or Microsoft Fabric? Okay, so thanks for coming here to get the knowledge and education. When I was preparing the PowerPoint slide, I saw a meme online on YouTube, and I thought I should share. That's the best way in future to get the knowledge. So I hope one day AI would let us do that. So that's the nirvana. That's how we would want AI to give us the knowledge down the line. So besides the fun, let's start with the actual fun. So today's focus is going to be on integration of Microsoft Fabric and Databricks. These are the two big platforms in the ocean right now competing against Snowflake. If you go back, there were fragmented data platforms like Azure offered their own SD Insight services, AWS offered Redshift. Slowly the technologies have evolved and the companies are converging into integrated offerings or a SaaS solution or a PaaS solutions for data analytics, AI, ML, BI, as well as data warehousing. And that's where the focus is shifting. However, in large companies, the biggest challenge right now is the multi-cloud setup. Almost every company is having either 2 or 3 cloud solution providers. Anyone who has more than one, raise a hand just to get a feel of it. Both AWS or Azure or AWS and GCP, there's 1. 2. The companies I have worked for, most recently, they had all three of them. Because of the growth, companies acquire other companies in organic growth, and you end up dealing with multiple cloud solution providers. So this is the use case where we have to deal with it. About me, I did my master's from UT Austin, and then I'm doing my MS in data science, trying to finish it next year, online program. I'm a CTO for a startup and mobile app, so I'm a board advisor with Hunatech. It's a data AI advisory company out of India with a presence in Europe primarily. Been in industry for about 30 years. Some of the companies I worked here actually in Dallas with Toyota. Past employers were Mass Mutual, AIG, Bank of America. So I have broken down this discussion in 2 parts. There's a little bit of management flavor of it, why we need to do it, and then the second part is going to be more technical, and where we'll deep dive into the technical aspects. I'm focusing primarily on the modern data platform architectures, the benefits of the integration, the use cases, some of the examples that we have seen in the past, and what you will take away from today is get a high-level feel of the 2 platforms that are in the market competing head-to-head. One is the Databricks, and now the new one is the Microsoft Fabric. I will not touch about Snowflake in this discussion, but be advised that's a very good competitor. So there are 3 flavors in the market competing with each other: Snowflake, Databricks, and Microsoft Fabric. Also, you will get a feel of what each does better right now. Again, in future, how they evolve, it's anybody's guess. Their bigger problem in the industry are threefold. One is the silos. I don't have to tell you how data silos have impacted companies over time. With all the mergers going on, the silos are going even bigger. And the second is the technical debt. I mean, over the last 10, 15 years, the technology has evolved so fast, it's just impossible for both human beings, people like us, as well as for the companies to embrace and adopt new technologies at a fast pace. And third one is performance. How do you scale the setup and the data factories or the data marts, whatever you have built over time for efficiency gains? Now there are 3 or 4 drivers that we have observed in our surveys with different companies. There are 3 main one. One is the risk and compliance. That's the biggest motivator that had been in the companies trying to integrate or consolidate their footprints. The second one is the customer experience. Now, anyone can make a guess which one is the number 1 beneficiary. I mean, which of these 4 benefited the company most after integration? Just a guess. Yes. Number 1 is customer experience. That benefited the companies most with integration. What was the second best, next best? Excuse me? No, risk and compliance. The cost of not complying is huge. The cost of failure with regulatory bodies is humongous. It's not just the monetary cost, it's the regulation reputation cost. If any company's name comes into that, just imagine the amount of reputation that company loses. So that cost is huge. Let's talk about the Microsoft Fabric a little bit. It's a SaaS-based solution. What it tried to achieve in the last 3 years is to consolidate the reporting layer, the data engineering layer, and the third is the storage layer. Earlier it was Synapse, and then they integrated the data lake concept into that, bundled it together, and created a complete single offering on a SaaS model where you just subscribe to it, and it offered all these 3 benefits together in the one way. Again, the cost component is there. There are 3 major cost factors that we have to manage regardless: the storage, compute, and bandwidth. Now, OneLake. What is OneLake? OneLake is a new paradigm in data storage. It is extension or generation 2 of data lake. If you have used data lake, basically it's a blob storage where you chuck some files or tables and it stays forever at the lowest cost possible. Now, OneLake has allowed companies to store data in a structured format to some extent in a Parquet format. Anyone who has used Parquet file format? Perfect. So Parquet is a columnar file format. That's number one. That's number two, Parquet stores the metadata about the structure itself with the file. Number three, Parquet can be broken down into multiple file components. So that's a big advantage with Parquet file system, that it's very efficient in that, and it's columnar. So unlike tables that we know in Oracle's SQL, where record is on a row level, columnar database like Parquet stores it vertically. So that's a big concept or a big paradigm shift that happened 10 years back, I think, when it became mainstream. Another example, just to complement the story here, is SAP HANA. SAP HANA is also a columnar database used exclusively on SAP ERP platforms, and it's an in-memory database, just to give a loop on this. Lakehouse. So Lakehouse is also very similar to Microsoft Fabric. Lakehouse underpinning is Delta Lake file format, which is a Parquet. So again, it's the same concept that Microsoft is using right now on Microsoft Fabric. Lakehouse also integrates MLflow. It also integrates Spark. It started with Spark engine and then it built into Databricks. Now imagine a data storage layer where you can throw any kind of file or a table, and then you put governance on top of it in some fashion. So you are able to govern both structured and unstructured data at the same time. Then you put a layer of BI on top of it. You put a layer of enterprise data warehouse on top of it. And then you put a layer of AI/ML on top of it. So now you got a complete picture of any analytics that any enterprise wants to do. In any enterprise, the main reporting needs are traditional BI, data warehousing, and then AI/ML. And it is the AI/ML part that has always caused the nuisance of the problem in any company, and companies have to go into different directions. Both these products, Microsoft Fabric as well as Databricks, solve these two biggest problems: the storage as well as the nuances around the unstructured data for AI/ML. Delta Lake is, again, I think I touched about it earlier. It's built on a Parquet file format. It supports ACID transactions. So it's just like OLTP transactions, it supports complete ACID. It can scan the schema of a file and evolve over time. Time travel is a big feature. So basically, if you have done deletions or you have modified some data, you can go back. The reason is because in Parquet or in Delta Lake format, the files don't get deleted. They get tracked, and then a new file comes on top of it. So you can always go back and look at the history. And that's the sweet spot, or the biggest reason why these companies have embraced the Delta Lake file format, which is an open format actually. I'm trying to give you a brief comparison and what would be the major factor where would you lean between these two platforms. Now, what I have personally felt, again, the use case would be different in your setup, is this one, the last row. That has been the kicker for me. Where I am right now, sitting and looking at things, companies don't want to get tied to one platform, which is the story for Microsoft Fabric right now. It may change, but Databricks is agnostic. You can store data anywhere you want and still get all your analytics ML needs done. So that is the biggest leverage I see with Databricks right now. Again, like I said, it may change in future. Microsoft Fabric may go with other cloud providers. Both offer Power BI connectivity. In Fabric, it's native, it's built in, but in Databricks, you can connect Power BI, Tableau, or any reporting tool that you want. There are a lot of acronyms on data and Fabric, so I want to clear the doubt here. Data mesh is a concept. It has nothing to do with any vendor. And data fabric is also a concept, nothing to do with any vendor. Data mesh is more about organizationally keeping the data distributed. So distributed domains ownership is the main underpinning of the data mesh model. For example, if I can say sales data will be stored in US, just example, it may not be a good example. Finance data will be stored in Europe. And with data mesh, that promotes it. Data fabric, it's on its own is the technical implementation, is the architecture, where it supports data mesh organizationally, having distributed domain data across different regions or different concepts. At the same time, it enables central management of the data. Microsoft Fabric is completely different. It has nothing to do with these two concepts. So just wanted to clear it out on that. There's a fourth fabric thing here in the play. It's called Azure Service Fabric, and that is to build microservices. It has nothing to do with it. I forgot to include another pillar here, but that's the fourth one. No connection whatsoever at all. What are the advantages? You get best of the best from both platforms, from both Databricks as well as Microsoft Fabric. I'm giving my personal experience. Personally, I felt Databricks is more mature in AI ML side. It has the capabilities and features that I have not seen, or maybe I've not been able to appreciate in Microsoft Fabric. Microsoft Fabric is more mature and more polished for the end user reporting analytics, so because of the Power BI user friendliness. So if you are an end user type of person, Microsoft Fabric is a sweet spot. However, if you are in a team that works with data scientists, or if you are in a fintech company or insurtech where you are trying to do valuations or simulations, you might appreciate Databricks more. So again, pick your poison. Both offer the same features and capabilities. Challenges, there are few challenges that we have to focus on. Data synchronization. How would you synchronize data between these two different platforms? Should you? I want to analyze my sales report, sales forecast. Should I store my sales data in both platforms? Or is there a way I can store it only one place and then be able to do the analysis at both sides? Maybe traditional BI analytics being done in Microsoft Fabric, and AI ML centric analytics and data science based modeling be done on Databricks side while data is still in Fabric. So that's the ideal sweet spot scenario we're going to talk about. Obviously, you need multi-platform skills. That's a high one. Governance is a big one. Security. Where would you provision the users? How would you do the security modeling? How would you do the auditing? So those are the things that we need to watch out for. Just want to quickly glance through these ROI and values. Typically, we have seen companies get the values within 1.5 years to 2.5 years. That's the ROI of integrating different platforms in any medium-sized companies. And on an average, I have seen a return of about 250% over time. E-commerce, so this is I think it was a $2.5 billion company. They acquired another e-tailer, and obviously the setup was different. One was using Databricks, other one was using Microsoft Fabric, and they had to do the integrations. It lasted about 2.5 years or something, 18 months, I'm sorry. And there was a value of about $250 million of financial impact. Now, in e-tailers, the biggest factor that you have to deal with a problem is, I'm sure other problems are there. The main one is the category management for them, the SKUs. They have billions and millions of products, and you have to identify and catalog them. That's the biggest problem that we have to do or deal with for any kind of reporting analytics. This is an example from a bank, traditional bank like Citibank or Chase. I don't want to name it, but typical bank. And they had a subsidiary that they wanted to integrate into their main corporate systems. And they went through this effort, again, 2 years deal. And post that, they were able to get complete customer experience revamped for their whole sales team as well as the marketing team for them. Insurance company, typical insurance company like Geico, whatever you know. They went through another M&A, and here also again Databricks and Fabric had to work together. And the reason why they merged or consolidated was not because of the IT compulsion of have one system or integrate systems. It's just that user base was varied. Insurance industry, if you observe, or State Farm is a classic example. They work on the agent. Agent is the big thing for them. So the third-party agents, independent agents, brokers, and then the whole company. So analytics for the agent, the sales team is totally traditional BI flavor. And the rest of the company, majority of them, they are actuarials. They are in data, living in data, statistical analysis, simulations, actuarial analysis. So those kind of people, they prefer Databricks. So there was a clear segmentation of the audiences. One wanted a simple BI, Power BI kind of setup. Another one wanted a deep dive, SaaS kind of solutions. So Databricks came into picture. Now, whatever way you do integrate, there are 3 layers that we have to work with for integration: the foundation layer, and at the integration layer, and at the workload layer. Now, all these 2 products offer different flavors of their offerings, and then we'll see in the part 2 of this slide deck how we do the comparison. Shortcuts is one of the big features that Microsoft Fabric offered. It's a kind of a pointer to data stored somewhere else. Just I'm simplifying it significantly. Or think of it like a remote query. So when you create a shortcut and then you run analytics, it creates a remote query, gets the data, gets the metadata from that data source, and displays the results. I'm doing a very oversimplistic analogy here. So that's a shortcut. We're going to talk deeper on this a little bit down the line. Security framework is the area where we need to focus on unified security model and data governance model. Performance, another one. Yes, we can integrate systems, but we need to keep in mind of 3 areas where we have the performance hit. One is the data optimization side, second one is the compute side, and third one is the network optimization. So these 3 factors need to be played or evaluated all the time on any kind of integrations that we do. Best practices, you guys pretty much are familiar with the best practices, but I'm just going to touch key ones. Focus on medallion architecture, the silver, gold, bronze thingy all the time. Completely always define the success measures ahead of time and then track against it. Change management is a big thing, regardless of the company being small or big. Almost 50% of my projects that I've worked in, I'm 25 years in the company, 50% of them failed. And number 1 reason has been change management. I'm not talking about small projects, okay, build this data warehouse, data mart. I'm talking about any initiative that is more than $1 million. They almost always fail 50% times, and the change management is the number 1 thing. And it's underutilized, underemphasized, underappreciated. Change management. Typically, it's a 12-month journey where we build a foundation, expand, optimize, and scale. There's a phase 0 also that I have not listed here. Phase 0 almost always talks about defining what is your OKR or KPIs, stakeholders, doing the engagements, building out the RACI models. So any company or any project plan where you see phase 1 and onwards, you just assume that it's just garbage, honest answer. Phase 0 has to be talked about, and companies don't talk about it. They just lump it into phase 1. But that is the most critical aspect, and the change management is one of those sliver of it. This is a quick decision box, and I'm going to simplify it. If you want flexibility, you need to have both models, both Databricks as well as Microsoft Fabric integrated. So these 3 are important ones. Flexibility, cost, long-term, and feature coverage. Almost always features differ between the products. My personal experience had been Databricks had been a stronghold in AI/ML side, particularly nowadays when you want to build agentic AI tools, Databricks shines. To me, I'm not saying that's truth. And if I want to evolve in that territory, I probably would not look at any other product. But again, if I want simplistic things, traditional BI, yes, Microsoft Fabric, aka Power BI shines. So play around it, pick your poison. Let's talk about the part 2 of this. I mean, those who want to leave can leave because it's going to be a little bit technical. I can answer any questions that you may have quickly here before we go into part 2. Any question? Okay, so part 2 will focus on the options for integration. One is real-time processing, streaming. We're going to do an overview on Databricks. We're going to do an overview on Fabric. And then we'll do an integration consideration. Are we over? What time? Yeah. Okay. We need to focus on some components of the Fabric, that is Firehose. On Databricks side, we need to focus on structured streaming. I'm going to skip some slides and give you an evolution of the lakehouse concept. Traditionally, it was simple data warehousing, then unstructured data came into picture, and then we built data lakes. Now we have a need to analyze both structured as well as unstructured, so we are building data lakehouse. Databricks platform, I think talked about it earlier. It is trying to build analytics for both BI as well as AI ML on the structured, unstructured data while having governance. So that's the feel, that's the kicker here. Very simplistic screen of Databricks home screen. Microsoft Fabric is doing the same thing here. The concept is a one lake concept. It's the evolution of data lake. Allows storing of structured, unstructured data on this. And on top of it, it does the data engineering, Synapse Analytics, Power BI, and data warehousing. This is the home screen of Microsoft Fabric. Very similar look and feel like Databricks. Now, the consideration is here. If I store data on Fabric and I want to analyze using Databricks, what are my options? How do I do it? Same way, if I'm storing in Databricks and I want to analyze using Fabric. So I'm just going to touch it. I'm going to have these slides available for download. So if your data stores primarily in one lake Fabric, the best way to do integration is to do mirroring and shortcuts. Likewise, if you are storing data primarily in Databricks, again, the best way is to do shortcuts, or Databricks has a concept called live delta share. So you can use that also. I've talked about the Fabric shortcuts earlier. Databricks mirroring I've talked about. That is it. I think the best integration is that tells you the single story, single version of a truth. It is secure, and it has governance. If I were to summarize the whole comparison or integration options, use Databricks when you have complex engineering work or AI ML scenarios. Use Fabric when you have traditional business and BI needs. Otherwise, you also have a choice of Snowflake in the mix if you are confused. That is it, guys. Any questions? I'm done. Thank you. Yes. So how do I submit the upload this deck? No, the deck I have. How do
Not today. Also, thanks for all the volunteers, Danny and the whole crew for putting this on, and thank you, Mr. Soundman right there with the cool badge. Yeah, so we're gonna be talking about agentic access and about OAuth and how that's great, but there's also something called zero trust security, and we're gonna talk about this in the context of MCPs, so we're gonna cover a few things. We're gonna go over what MCPs are, zero trust security, just talking about human access versus agentic access, some security best practices. I'm not going to read through the whole thing here, but if we get started, who's here heard of MCPs or has kind of an idea? Okay, so there's maybe a third of the people. So the way they like to define it is they say it's the USB-C of like interoperability in agentic, but I don't really like that explanation because I feel like somebody's going to switch ports again and we're going to have dongle gate again. So, but that's what people say, so I'm going to try and sound cool like all the other MCP people. But essentially, yeah, it's a protocol that came out of Anthropic, the people that do cloud and cloud code. And I'm going to ask Shashi one thing. Can you pass my water out of it's one of the side pockets of my bag just there? So the thing is with MCPs is this is like super fresh. Thank you. It came out last November, November 2024 from Anthropic. And I was at the MCP Dev Summit in San Francisco earlier this summer, and it's just caught like wildfire. OpenAI is on board with it now. There's companies like Block who are all over it. There's MCP clients popping up that we'll talk about too. I am very thirsty. Yeah, so like the people at Block, they have something called Goose. We'll look at that briefly too. VS Code is another one, and I have a demo one I made too. But yeah, essentially you have MCP clients. They are the consumers of an MCP server that we'll talk about. Remote MCP is really what we're going to focus on today. There's stuff that's called like local MCP servers. So anybody, it's mainly devs that do this. I can't picture my mom opening up a JSON file, but it's really stuff people have been doing in their dev environments. There's usually like a JSON file, and you have like, they're called standard IO, so they run for local MCPs. But we're really focusing on the remote MCP stories. So the thing is, like, it's gotten super popular, and like even here we're looking at, is that Goose? Yeah. Yeah, here's Goose, for example. There's also, for anybody that uses ChatGPT, they released a dev mode last week. So you can actually use MCP clients, MCP servers in ChatGPT now too. And it's just like, it's all I hear about there's other stuff going on in the agentic space obviously, but it just seems to be spreading like wildfire. And the thing is, you have to secure things, and I don't know about all the devs here, but I don't hear anybody I know normally saying, I love implementing OAuth, or like, you know, Saturday night, get some pizza, a little OAuth, Netflix, and don't chill. So, you know, there's a bit of friction there, and like in general, from what I saw and what I've seen, just my own personal observations in the agentic space is like, people are excited to build things, people are building MCP servers or other things, but they're not thinking about security right now. Hopefully they start to. And I'm generalizing here, but it's just people are excited to build cool stuff with this tech. So we're going to talk about zero trust security a bit first. So we just went over what MCPs are. Is anybody here familiar with what zero trust security is? Okay, so a few. So I'm not going to go into the whole history of it, but basically Google had this massive data breach in the 2010s, and they wrote these papers called the Beyond Corp papers. I have the resources in the back here at the end, but they basically rethought security from the ground up, and they built something that's called an identity-aware proxy. And there's a few things that we'll touch on there, but the thing with zero trust security is you never implicitly trust people. You're always checking, even if you're on like a network, like your work network, it doesn't matter. You're always going to be checked. Everything's always verified. Not just like, I'm assuming people have used a VPN at least once here. you log in, and then the rest of the day you're just logged in, and that's it. You're kind of get the keys to the kingdom of the network. The thing with the VPNs, though, is even though like you might not have access to log in to certain resources on the network, you have access to the network. And Zero Trust is not that at all. It's basically you have access to certain routes, which you can think of as applications, and they're completely segregated. So if, for example, an application got compromised, you don't have access to the rest of the network. So there's this, they call it like microsegmentation. Sounds fancy, but just means you only get access to the things you have access to. And the other thing is there's this context-aware enforcement. So I'm sure everybody's logged into a site. You know, you have your username and password. That's kind of one check. You might have roles as well. But there's other things that come into play, like are you on a work device? What time of day is it? Are you on call? There's all these things that put that all together, and you can create these policies where like, and again, in Zero Trust, everything is checked literally every request. So you go to a website once, it checks. You go to the next page, it checks always, always, always. So like, for example, if you all of a sudden, I don't know, you're no longer on call and you were having access to production resources, the next time you try to access them, the taps are literally turned off. Yeah, and all this together is what's called an identity-aware proxy. So we'll kind of take a peek at what it is here, but you know, traditionally, like I remember like when I worked at Autodesk, you had to log into a VPN, and then you would have access to the internal network, so you could access SharePoint. That never works, but you know, like I don't know, it's like you always get a 404 page. I don't know. I feel that happens at Microsoft too, Shashi. You don't have to say anything. It's okay. It's okay. But essentially, the identity-aware proxy is three things. So you have what's called an IDP, or an identity provider. So think of that as like, you know, you're logging in with Google or GitHub. It could be something bespoke or open source like Keycloak. The other thing you have is what's called a policy engine. And the policy engine is essentially, you have like, I don't know, this is my email, this email domain is allowed, or it could be like the device posture, like am I on an authorized work device, etc. And these policies are dynamic. It's not just a one-time thing, and I'm gonna sound like a broken record, but it's literally every request that just keeps checking these things. So if your policy changes, it could even be stuff like, oh, you updated to Mac Tahoe. Sorry, you can't access things now because we don't support that yet or something. And the other thing is you have what's called the proxy. So what happens is you have this public resource. This is the thing that's a little different than being on a VPN and having access to the resources like the internal SharePoint. In a Zero Trust scenario, and Google does this too, and if you ever want to sound cool, well, cool's relative, I guess, but if you ever meet somebody from Google, you say like, yeah, that Uber proxy is really cool, and that's what they use internally. It's an identity-aware proxy, and they'll probably say like, how do you know what that is? So anyways, that's a little side note. But yeah, so you have the identity provider, the policy engine, and the proxy, and I'm trying to access some internal resource. So I'm going to go to a site like supersecretservice.microsoft.com. It's going to go, okay, Nick's not logged in. I'm going to redirect you to Microsoft Entra to do a login. I'm going to log in. Okay, cool, Nick's logged in. He's trying to access this super secret resource. Let's go check the policies first. Okay, Nick's a Microsoft employee. His email checks out. That's cool. But he's trying to access HR to give Shashi a double pay raise for some reason. So like, you know, he's not part of HR, or like he just doesn't have access to that. So the policy is going to say no dice, and at that point, I'm just going to get an access denied. If for some reason I switch to HR and I'm all of a sudden part of HR, congrats on the raise, Shashi, and the policy will pass the next time if I were to access the same thing. And it's literally rinse, repeat this every time you go through. And people ask is like, you know, does this slow things down? And it's a little different. Like, I'm assuming people have used Vercel or Netlify here. So like, you're probably used to just deploying your website and like, that's it, you know? I worked at Netlify in the frameworks team, and you deploy your site and you just don't have to think about infrastructure or anything. But the identity-aware proxy is actually software that's for infrastructure. So this is something like if a Netlify or Vercel were using it, it would be in their own infrastructure. And then basically the identity-aware proxy would be like if they're trying to access internal resources, it would go through that. And the other thing about it is the identity-aware proxy is at what's called your network's edge. So it's very close to all your internal resources. So there's technically some latency, but it's like milliseconds. It's honestly negligible. Cool. I did not sleep very well last night. Cool. Yeah. So getting back to MCP and like just humans, we're used to logging in, going to a login page. Then I want to access this or whatever. But in the age of agentic, you don't really know what happens when you fire something off to ChatGPT. Like, do you really want it having the same access as you do? Maybe there's cases you do, but typically you want to go with what's called the principle of least privilege. Just give as much access as you need to do whatever it is you need to do. And you definitely have to think about that in the context of LLMs, because they're not human, even though it sounds like you're talking to a person. It's just like trying to figure out what's the probability of the next thing, and it's just trying to help you. It has no moral, so it doesn't know if you're trying to do nefarious stuff or potentially Robin Hood stuff, like giving Shashi a double raise for some reason. So it's just a whole new world, and this gets back to like I'm generalizing, but like I know as devs we just like to build stuff and it's cool, and then it's like security always seems to be like a bit of an afterthought. If anybody caught Chris DeMar's talk, he was talking about in general people tend to forget accessibility, performance, and security. They're just kind of like get bolted on at the end. Obviously your security team would be thinking about it all the time, but I think as devs, and like be honest, it's okay, we're in a safe space. Do you think about security as soon as you start building something? Or? Okay, all right, hashtag YOLO, all right. Nice, just doing a time check.
But it's the most important afterthought, though.
Yeah. Like, if you get to it eventually, that's great, but the thing is, it's better to kind of think about these things in general at the beginning. So we're gonna come back to MCPs. So we've covered what MCPs are, a bit of what Zero Trust is, and if you go, and all these resources are shared at the end of the slide deck, but the MCP website, they have a best practices, and a lot of things they talk about are, I'll just read these kind of verbatim, but being behind a proxy, enforcing authentication, always validating token audience and scopes, and that's in terms of OAuth, preventing token pass-through, so you don't want to like necessarily pass who you are all the way through with all the access you have. You also want to preserve user consent, like this, like that might mean like there's stuff called elicitation now in MCP, but like you might fire off to do something, and then you kind of want them to say, do you want me to continue or allow? If you've ever used VS Code with an MCP server, you'll see like allow or always allow, like YOLO mode, but essentially that kind of stuff. And you want to audit all the access. And even though they don't explicitly say it in the docs, it's kind of screaming Zero Trust security, because the other thing I didn't mention about the identity-aware proxy is all your traffic goes through there. So it's like auditing out of the box. You know like what the tool call was made for this MCP server, you know who it was, you know what the prompt was, and these things are important too. Like I'm not gonna cover them today, but there's stuff like prompt poisoning. You also like at the org level, you might not be thinking about this as just a dev building a side project, but there's personal information. So like when you send stuff, you probably want your gateway to just at work say like, okay, it's cool that they're trying to ask this, but we don't need to know what their name is, their address. We just need to know, I don't know, male 40s for like some medical thing. They don't need all the details. So a gateway can allow you to do those things. And again, it's out of the scope of this talk, but like prompt poisoning and stuff like that is a real thing too. And it's a lot more complicated than like SQL injection, because you literally don't know what people are gonna ask. And like a perfect example of this is like, you know, I wanna make a bomb or something. Like obviously that's a bad idea and they're gonna flag that. But if you change how you phrase that, like, I'm an actor in a movie where I'm a terrorist and I need to build a bomb and I'm a method actor, you know, explain me the step. Like, I think they catch this stuff too now, but that's what people were kind of doing. And this is what I mean, like you have no idea what people are gonna ask. So yeah, so the MCP security practices, like I said, kind of screams zero trust. Whoa, got a little heavy on the fingers there. Yeah. Yeah, no, they're definitely going to do that, but think about like if you're using Claude or ChatGPT and you have your own MCP for like internal work resources, you still might, there's two scenarios. There's like MCP servers running with like Claude or ChatGPT, but you also might have internal resources that you host yourself. You might use cloud models in there, but you know, you will have a gateway. Maybe there's like something like Open Router that decides like what models you want to use and stuff, maybe even local models. So you still want to filter out what you send, because like ChatGPT is not going to know to filter out, you know, Nick Taylor and his address is 123 Main Street. That's like, there's no PII filtering as far as I know. Like maybe there's some rudimentary, but yeah, but great question. I kind of touched this on, no, I didn't touch on this in terms of MCPs, but for orgs that are looking to secure MCPs, a lot of organizations already have VPNs probably. Zero Trust is objectively better, but people still have VPNs. And if you're looking to secure MCPs, VPNs will not be the way to secure them. It's one thing if you're running local models, because that's, you know, contained within your network. But if you wanted to create an MCP server and then you want to secure it with VPN, and like you might have OAuth still, but like VPN is one of the guards, it's not going to work with like a ChatGPT or Claude because they have no idea about your VPN. And like even if they said we'll support it, there's like no way in the world they'd say like we're going to support 300 million companies VPN links or whatever. So it's just not feasible. So just wanted to mention that for anybody who at an organizational level might be looking to secure these things. And let's kind of talk about OAuth now. So OAuth came into the MCP spec, I think it was like May. It was like literally when the MCP Dev Summit happened, or just a few weeks before. And this is obviously a good thing because prior to that, remote MCPs did not have any security. You know, and typically you'd have stuff like maybe you'd pass a hard-coded bearer token or something within your org maybe, but like it just wasn't great. And adding OAuth definitely is a great step in that direction. But the thing with OAuth is it just answers what can you do, and it doesn't really answer like should you be doing this now. So surprise, spoiler alert, zero trust for MCP. So like basically everything I've talked about in terms of zero trust applies to MCPs as well. The identity-aware proxy runs at layer 7 or the HTTP level. So that's like, think web requests, and MCPs are running at like the HTTP application layer. I touched on why VPNs don't work with hosted LLMs. Also, the thing to think about too is like, again, it's one thing if you're like a solo dev just building an MCP server, but from an organizational standpoint, you know, people are starting to use like stuff like ChatGPT and Claude at work, or they have it set up with API keys with stuff like Open Web UI or LibreChat like Shopify does. But the thing is, I lost my thought here. Yeah, so you have all this sensitive information. So imagine you want to enable your sales team to leverage like large language models. You're going to expose the sales data, but you need to make sure it's secured. So OAuth can help a bit, but going with the continuous like verification all the time, it just adds a lot more security to the mix. Yeah, and I've got like 5 minutes left, so I've got a demo, which I'll go into in a second. This is just kind of reiterating what I talked about zero trust already, so I'm just going to go ahead and skip that. And yeah, I work at a place called Pomerium. It's an IdenAnywhere proxy. It's based off of all the stuff I mentioned that Google created, but it's open source. We obviously have enterprise offering like anybody that works in open source for a company, obviously. But the nice things about this is you don't need to implement OAuth. You can build your MCP server. All that whole OAuth layer, it's not part of your MCP server. The gateway or the IdenAnywhere proxy will handle all of that. You can just literally make a MCP without any security, and the gateway will handle it. And this is nice because you don't have to implement OAuth. And if you have stuff like upstream services, so imagine you're making an MCP server, and it's like you want to book a calendar event with somebody, like one-on-ones and stuff, you're going to have to create an OAuth app for Google so that you can get access to that, but you don't have to implement it. You just need those settings, and the IdenAnywhere proxy will handle all that. And the other nice thing is those tokens, like your GitHub tokens, your Google tokens, they never actually leave the gateway. So from a security standpoint, the MCP clients where you go and say, I want to use, MCP server X, it never gets the keys to the kingdom. It just gets these short-lived tokens. So from a security standpoint, it's a lot cleaner and safe. So you can secure MCP servers themselves, but you can also secure at the MCP tool level. And I haven't really seen anybody doing this. It's either all or nothing for the MCP server. So here, there's a YouTube video for it, but basically this is just basically a chat app I built, and it's making the tool call. And there's a tool call that's getting denied here because I set a policy that you can't cook the books. You're on the sales team, you can't change the numbers. And that's what's happening here. And you get the full auditing, like I said, so you'll see it tried to do a SQL statement, it tried to do the unit price times 1.24, and it failed because you didn't have access to that. These are some configs, but let's just go to show some stuff. And all I'll say is, like, from an MCP developer standpoint, even if you don't care about security, in this scenario, you just don't have to worry about it. You have to have like a OAuth config for upstream stuff, but the rest is handled by the IdenAnywhere proxy. Okay, and let's go to here. So we have a chat app here. So I used to work at a Dev2 for anybody that does blogging. And so I decided to make a Dev2 MCP server, one for demos, but also for writing, because I write blog posts, so I want to be able to get the style and tone of my previous blog posts. That's typically one of the ways I leverage agentic for writing. So I'm going to say get Nikki T Online's latest articles. And there you're going to see it fire off. It's going to make a tool call. You're going to see we're going into the Dev2 MCP server. And then there's a lot of stuff in here, a lot of JSON. But essentially, it got all my articles, the last 10 ones. So that's cool. Now, let's just go ahead and change the policy. So I'm going to just remove myself. Currently, this is a simple policy, but it's just like my email. So I'm going to go save it. And then I'm going to come back here, and I'm going to do the same thing. Get Nikki T Online's latest articles. Now, you're going to see this is going to fail. And the thing is, not only is it failing, it failed instantly as soon as I changed the policy. And this is one thing I kind of want to hammer home in terms of zero trust security. This is like, it's instantaneous. So there's that. And also, MCP is a standard, so you can use it in other MCP clients. So this is Goose from the Block people. Shout out to Angie, Rizal, and that whole crew. The Goose is loose. And you can even do it in VS Code. For time's sake, I won't go through it, but basically you'll go through the whole OAuth flow, even in VS Code. It's an MCP client. And yeah, aside from that, I'll just show you briefly. That's Spotify, yes. You can see here I got denied when I turned off the taps there. It says auth Z denied there. So that's how instantaneous it is. This is the auditing I was talking about that you get as well. So, and it's OTel traces, so whatever OTel collector you use, Jaeger, Grafana, whatever. That's pretty much it. I'm very thirsty. Thanks. I don't know if anybody has any other questions. I know we got a couple minutes, but I'm going to chug this otherwise. Congrats again on the raise, Shashi.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dinner's on me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Thanks, man.
Test? Okay. Welcome, everyone. I guess it's time, so I'll get started. I know a few people are coming in. So as you can see, we'll be talking about LangChain and Azure AI and see how we can build LLM-powered applications by using Azure AI Search. Who am I? I'm Rishabh Kumar. I work at Twilio as a developer evangelist. I am also a GitHub star, a Google GDE for Google Cloud, and I love talking about cloud, DevOps, and AI now. Who doesn't? Raise of hands who can agree with this reference here. If AI has lied to you. Few hands, few hands. Oh, more than I thought. Okay. The reason why it might happen is a few of the limitations that LLMs have. So for today's example, we are going to take Azure certifications. Who here has some sort of developer or cloud certifications? Awesome. That's more than 60% of people. So I like taking cloud certifications because I have been in the infrastructure space, have done platform engineering, and certifications is how I entered the field. I started my career in tech support. So for today's example, we'll take a tutor that we'll be building using some kind of LLM. And for that tutor, let's call it Azure Certification Tutor. Now, what would happen if I ask right now, let's say ChatGPT, let's go with OpenAI models, that, hey, I'm preparing for AI 102, which is Azure's AI certification. Would it have the right context of that certification? And just to give you reference, it was updated as of May of this year, the certification content. Raise of hands if you think ChatGPT will know what the certification is about and would be able to give me guidance according as a tutor would give. I see some nods saying no. Okay. And that is where knowledge cutoff comes. So this is the first limitation, where LLMs are trained. For example, Gemini 1.5 Pro has a knowledge cutoff of May of 2024. Recently, GPT-5 was released, but again, it will not have the recent H-1B news that went out, right? As an immigrant, I am stressed. No knowledge about your data. So LLMs they don't know if you have I don't know, a knowledge base of your own for your customer base. Maybe you have some documentation that you need to provide which is not public facing. So LLMs are not trained on knowledge that only exists in your environment or you have it locally. Third is LLMs can hallucinate. Yes, they can lie very confidently if they don't have the context. This is going away as we are making advancements, and the amount of money that is being spent with OpenAI and Google as well to increase the context window of LLMs. I think Gemini really pushed the limits with 1 million tokens, I think. This used to be a limitation where you can only paste or have your prompt to a certain extent. You can't just take your entire databases and dump them in the text window. So that limitation is going away, but if you're looking for faster models like, I don't know, GPT-4o Mini or Flash from Gemini, you'll still see that you only have limited context window that you can work with. The reason why I included this is, yeah, I just can't go copy paste the certification guide from Microsoft and paste it into ChatGPT and say, hey, tutor me, because I'm sitting the exam. How we can solve those limitations is by expanding the LLM's capability. If you were at the keynote this morning, Danny was talking about some of the AI terminology there. You might have seen RAG, you might have seen fine-tuning. Retraining, I don't have the funds. Again, Twilio, if you will sponsor a few H100s for me, it would be awesome. Then I can retrain. But I don't have that right now. Fine-tuning, I like to use a baking analogy here. So I'm not a good baker, my wife is. So I usually, or even a pizza example, I don't usually, make the dough at home. I get a base get a sauce, and then I make the toppings myself and add some spices. So fine tuning is like that. You're not making everything from scratch. You already have certain aspects of an LLM, like from OpenAI, or even the open models. So if you want, you can take a Hugging Face model and fine tune it to your needs. And then the easiest one is RAG, also mentioned in Danny's keynote. So RAG is retrieval augmented generation. It's the easiest one. We'll dive in today. It basically combines the LLM with a retrieval system where it can get context based on, for example, for today, it will be the certifications from Microsoft, right? So we are providing that context to the LLM through a retrieval process so that it can give us more smart answers or more accurate answers without lying. And this is what the RAG process looks like. Again, as I said, it combines the power of large language models with external knowledge, enabling AI systems to make their answers more accurate. So you retrieve the relevant context that is needed for whatever the user has asked. You augment it, which is injecting that into the prompt itself, and then you generate the response, which is the output from the LLM. This is why I had the baking reference or the cooking reference, is I know this is kind of a workshop that I used to do, but since we have, as of now, 18 minutes, I won't be doing the live coding aspect of it, but these are the requirements. If you want to try it out, there will be a GitHub repo. You need Python, VS Code, or IDE of your choice, and an OpenAI account. How many of you have heard about LangChain? OK, almost all of you. How many of you have used LangChain? Few people. Cool. Not to hate on JavaScript, but I'm a Python developer, so I have used the Python version, but it is available in JavaScript or TypeScript as a package. It is focused on modularity and composition, but basically, it's a framework where you can bring all these different LLMs, and you can combine with your own computation and data. So it's an open source framework. It is very similar. You might say, why can't we use OpenAI's API? You can. But what if you have to port over to Gemini? You will have to use the Gemini SDK. So LangChain helps with that. You basically have to swap up the models, and the rest of the business logic remains the same. You can also use open source models. If you have Ollama running locally, or if you want to use Hugging Face models on your own hardware, you can use that as well. So that's where the power of LangChain comes in. I can boil it down to these 5 main concepts. Again, as a framework, it has grown a lot. There are models, pretty straightforward. These are the LLMs, powered by big corporations like Anthropic, OpenAI, Gemini, and then I also talked about the open ones from Hugging Face. Then you have prompt templates that allows us to set instructions to guide the LLM. This is where the prompt engineering phrase you might have heard comes into play. Chains allow us to combine other elements of LangChain together. That's why the name LangChain exists. And then we also have indexes. This allows us to extract the relevant information. In our case, the entire RAG pipeline will be working off of an index, which we'll have in Azure. And finally, we have agents. And this basically allows LLMs to take action as well. And you'll see a demo of the tutor that I've built, and by integrating it to a tool that I built with Twilio. So you'll be able to chat with this kind of an agent. Now let's take a look at how we can make the RAG work for us. So we'll have the certification guide as the first item, where we'll need to do some document processing to make it into chunks. We'll store those chunks as vector embeddings in a vector store. So this is what usually looks like. Then we use similarity search to help us query those embeddings and get the relevant context. I have some visual representation so that it's easier to understand. Again, this is only for visual representation, but the first step is chunking. So here I have copied a rental agreement for a car company. You can see if you do chunking, this is what chunking would look like. Again, you can increase the chunk sizes or decrease them based on your preference. And also, you should look into like performance optimization and stuff. We then generate embeddings. So let's say we use the OpenAI's embedding model. This is what the embeddings would look like. And this is what we'll store in a vector store. So this is where Azure AI comes in. We'll be using Azure AI Search as a vector store. So vector databases store high-dimensional embeddings. As we all know, or might not know, LLMs are trained on unlabeled or unstructured data, vast amount. Hence, vectors provide semantic meaning to all of that unstructured data. Cool. So Azure AI Search provides enterprise-grade vector storage with hybrid search capabilities, combining semantic similarity with traditional keyword search for optimal retrieval performance. Now, I will switch my tabs, and I can figure this out. OK. I'll do this as screen mirroring. So give me 1 second so that I can show you the code. Stop extending. Entire screen, start mirroring. OK. How's the text in the back? Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Awesome. So we looked at the process. The first thing, as I said, is to get the certification guide and chunk it, right? So I'll try to bribe you at the end, because I'm not live coding, with something, maybe stickers, maybe swag, maybe a magic trick, I don't know. But basically, you can see that here's the list of URLs for the certification guide, right? This is from Microsoft. You have AZ104, AZ204, 305, 400. You don't need to know what these abbreviations are, but these are basically exam codes. Now, if I go to the top, you can see I'm doing some inputs, and all of them are from the LangChain library. So all of these are LangChain packages that I'm loading up. Now, coming to that chunking strategy, if I go down here, from line 46, you can see that I'm using the unstructured URL loader. Again, all of this is available from LangChain. We are picking all the URLs that are in a list, and we are loading them into a documents variable. And then I'm using the corrector text splitter, which is again from LangChain, to create it into chunks. Then I'm using, if I just briefly go up here, I don't want to confuse you a lot, but you can see that I have an embedding function here, which uses, if I go on top, you can see I have specified it to use the OpenAI's embedding model. So this is what the vectors will be created. This is the model that we'll use. And you can also see I have some configuration for the Azure search. So you need the search endpoint, you need the search key, and the index name. With this script, if you have locally configured Azure CLI, if the search point or the Azure AI search endpoint doesn't exist, it will create it for you. And then it will add all the vector embeddings to Azure AI. So if I run this script now, it should do that. And we'll see if the Wi-Fi helps today. Let's give it a second or so. I can also pull up. OK. So it is creating chunks. And you can see there is this chunk size configuration that is set to 2,000 and a chunk overlap of 200. So what does an overlap do, which I couldn't show you in the visual representation, is if the first chunk is created, the last 200 characters will be overlapped with the next chunk so that context is not lost when we are sending this to the AI. So we got some errors, which I think is just deprecation error, or is there one that is, oh, OK, no. So it was able to not only create the chunks, but also return if I do a similarity search. So if I go, I can show you that I have a quick function here or variable here called docs that does similarity search on Azure Administrator and asks it to return 3 documents where K is set to 3, stating that, and I just print that, and that's what you saw in the terminal there. I can also quickly show you, if I can find, the search index that was created. I'll zoom in. There we go. So if I do Azure Administrator, which is one of the certifications, you can see it'll return all the chunks with relevant text that says Azure Administrator, and this is how the embeddings look like. So our retrieval system is working. Now we can take this further and provide this retrieval system to our LLM. So I have a file called app.py, and here you can see it is basically connecting to that vector store. I'll close this. This is where the second concept of LangChain comes in, which is prompt template. You can see that I have created this prompt. So this function takes, oh no, where's the prompt? Let me go down. Oh, there we go. So here's the prompt. You are a helpful cloud instructor that provides cloud project ideas about Microsoft Azure certification based on the certification guide. And then a bunch of instructions on how to generate that project idea. I'm also passing in the retrieved docs here. You can see that. And if I come down, you'll be able to see we are using the chain component, which brings LLM and prompt together. And then we are invoking that chain. So how many of you have used Streamlit here? Streamlit users, 2 people. As I said in the beginning, I am not a JavaScript developer. I also don't know a lot of front end. I can't design UIs and stuff. So I use Streamlit because it lets me, you'll see, build this really cool interface using Python. So this is what the project looks like. And you can see I asked it for AZ104. Again, this is all running locally. The project level is beginner. And you can see it gave me a really good project idea that I can build to gain the skills that are needed for the certification. As I'm also a huge advocate of hands-on learning. So I learn by building projects rather than just looking up services and getting question or answers to the question. Hands-on is the way to go. So this gives me that kind of idea of what I need to build so that I can be proficient in Azure Storage, Azure App Service, and Azure Cognitive Services. Now, coming back to our slides, this is what the pipeline would look like. Again, this is one example, but you can take this to any use case that your business might have, where let's say that you want to build a chatbot where customers can talk to get help or support, but you have provided that chatbot with access to your internal knowledge base. But this is the general pipeline. You have your users coming in. They ask LLM or AI about, they have a query, whatever their question is. The same question is sent to similarity search. That is used to do a retrieval on the relevant information that is passed along with the query to the LLM, and you get an answer which, if you set it up correctly, won't be a lie. Now, the agentic part of it, or the tools part of it, is if you want this, if you have WhatsApp, you can scan this QR code. You can, I don't know how many of you are interested in Azure certifications, but you can talk to this bot that I connected to Twilio, or using Twilio to WhatsApp conversation. So you can try it out. I'll have the QR code for a while here. We still have 5 minutes, so go ahead, try it out. If you have feedback, share it with me, and I'll try to bribe you with a magic trick, I guess, because we have time. Cool, cool. Still see cameras. Okay, a few more cameras. Okay, there we go. Who wants to be a volunteer for a magic trick? I saw just one hand. Nick? Sure. Sure. Yeah. And then bring you together by using AI. Okay. I came prepared, so we'll see if this works. I have a deck of cards, and this is all powered by AI as well. And just to show you the power of like LangChain and AI.
The cards are AI powered?
The magic trick is AI powered. I would love the cards to be AI powered. We'll see, we'll see.
Okay.
You can see that they are shuffled.
Yep.
If you want, you can shuffle them yourselves.
Okay.
I know people have trust issues, but as a fellow Canadian.
Yeah, I trust it. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool. Just let me know, or put a finger on one of the cards.
Okay.
Okay, cool. You can take a look at it. I don't know if you want to show it to the audience or not. Okay, you can place it either on the deck or on the table. This is a conference table, so it's not NFC, right? I don't know. Cool. So I won't ask you to do a call. I'll do it myself. But basically, you have to talk to an AI and ask what your card is. We'll try to put it on mic. Still have 3 minutes.
Do it on your phone or do it on mine?
I can call it for you,
Okay.
just so that.
Hi, I am Harry.
Hi, Harry. I have Nick over here with me, and he wants to talk to you.
What is my card?
A new guest.
Yes, a new guest.
Let
What is my card?
wonderful.
Okay.
It's getting good.
I cut him off.
Great. No worries. The magic is still here. Whenever you're ready, we can dive into the mystical world of cards. Just let me know.
Yeah, we are ready, Harry. What's Nick's card?
Let me reveal your next card. The next card in your magical journey is the Four of Diamonds. Keep your eyes open for more wonders.
That's right.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Harry. Thank you. That was stressful. For me too. I'm pretty sure if I ask Harry as well, he would be stressed out as well. It's live on stage. But yeah, so it kind of shows you the power of what you can build with AI and LangChain and like all these frameworks. And also check out Twilio's Conversation Relay. That's what we were using to build this magic trick. You know, that's how you were able to talk to an AI in real time. All of it in the backend was all text. I'm using OpenAI, so go check it out. A quick statement on what LangChain is, but basically allows you to connect all these multiple components involving AI with one simple framework, and it's open source. You know, I'm a huge advocate of open source as well. But this is a cool QR code that you can scan if you want to get access to the GitHub repo. How many of you are familiar with Free Code Camp here? Awesome. I have a LangChain course on Free Code Camp, so go check it out. I also have some other cloud courses on there for free on YouTube. Go check them out. This QR code has all those resources. And yeah, with that, thank you for being here. You know, your time is very meaningful to me. 40 seconds. I have a coding glove, just one. I'm just going to throw it out, whoever catches it. No, it's built for developers. You'll find out there's a suspense to it, and I have a whole stack of GitHub stickers, so come find me. If you are into stickers, I have some other Twilio stickers as well. If you want to see the magic trick as well and try to figure out how I do it, come see me. I'm happy to do it again. Who is ready for a coding glove? Wow. I don't know how to throw it. I'm just going to turn and throw it. I don't want to hurt anyone, so please pay attention. I'm throwing an item. Pay attention. 3, 2, 1, go. Awesome. Cool. Thank you once again.